One sports talk station, 97.3 The Fan. Chris Ello back in San Diego after Padres take on the Texas Rangers. Returned home last night. Tony Gwynn Jr. is back in town as well, getting ready for a game tonight at Petco Park. Padres and the Atlanta Braves. Thanks to ESPN Television, we get an extra half hour of our show today. Game will not get underway till shortly after 7 o'clock.
Thanks,
which
ESPN.
means, thanks, guys. Which means
good looking out.
Yeah, really.
I really want, I miss working on Friday, so why not just add time?
I gotta be honest with you guys. This game, we're gonna be lucky if it starts at 7:05. It's coming on right after the final game of the College World Series is played.
Oh gosh,
there in Omaha. I mean, they're not going to delay the Padre Braves like by a half an hour.
I don't think they delay them at all.
They won't delay it at all.
You don't think they could push it back 3-4 minutes if it's the ninth inning of the College
Maybe
World Series?
3-4 minutes, but
yeah, I don't know.
They'll flip us right on over to ESPN.
Yeah,
they'll
you
say,
go.
"Hey, you're on ESPN Classic right now."
Go find ESPN
News.
Yeah. So but anyway, they're following that. 7 o'clock later tonight. Padres come home, limping home a little. The road trip could have been a lot worse, right? Could have lost, 2-7 or something, been 2-7, but 4-5 isn't exactly what you were looking for. And, look, the Padres come home. They're 2 games over 500. And, to me, despite little moments here and there, 10-19 over the last 29 games, that is the worst record in baseball. In that time frame. So, I don't think the Padres are the worst team in baseball, Tony. They're clearly not the team that was 29-18, though, and in first place when all of this kind of started. And the inconsistent hitting and the injured starting pitching seems to be catching up with this club a little bit.
Yeah, especially the injured starting pitching.
Yeah.
It's hard to – when your starters, and by the way, Walker is probably the Padres' best right now.
Isn't that something?
And he's going 5 in most of his starts, and so bullpen's attrition starting to show. So the pitching as a whole is kind of, not at its best because of those injuries. Remember, when you have guys come up, that depth, most of the time that depth is there to kind of keep you from completely falling apart, but it's not meant to last a whole year, right? Yeah. And so it is important that, the Padres eventually get Pivetta and Musgrove back because the roster wasn't designed to not have those dudes in there. It wasn't built around not having those dudes in there for the whole season. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to have to change. I think that's where we've seen, I think, the regression part of this team. I actually think the offense, to me, seems like it's trending in the right direction. You're starting to put together multiple innings where you're scoring runs and starting to stack some hits together. Had the bullpen been at its best or the pitching been a little bit better, you're probably walking around with a little bit better of a road trip than you ended up. But as it turns out, 4-5. On the coming home against 2 very good teams in the Braves and the Dodgers here waiting for them. And so nobody's gonna feel sorry for them. They just got to figure out a way to win some games.
Yeah, we actually put in a call to the Braves today, Scraby and I, before the show, and asked them if they could just not bring their best here the next 3 days. They declined.
What did they say?
Yeah, they said, no, we're going to bring our best. I mean, people think,
and I said, well, flip you the bird then.
You're going to get everything, and then you're going to get the Dodgers, and the Padres better be ready for it. The interesting thing about baseball, there's nothing that says the Padres can't win both of these series, and kind of steady the ship right here. But I will tell you, Tony, I saw something Friday night that I've never seen before. And I imagine anybody who saw it has never seen it before. And, first of all, I saw indoor baseball at Globe Life Field. And I want to thank the powers that be who run the Texas Rangers or whatever it is that decided in 2020 to build a stadium in Dallas or Arlington that has a roof on it. How
Amazing,
anybody lives in that city with the heat and humidity is beyond me, Tony. I had 3 straight days of sweating, and that's all you do in Dallas, walking around that place. I don't know how anyone lives there. So, that said, it was actually a joy to come indoors Friday night to watch the ball game, but it did take some getting used to for me. I'm not used to it. But what I saw that I've never seen before was obviously a 5-run top of the first inning. I saw Ty France hit a grand slam. I was dancing around. My Aztec pride was showing. Come to find out later, guys, that was the first grand slam that Jacob deGrom has ever allowed in Major League Baseball. That's saying something. Ty goes yard, 5-0 lead. And by the time the Padres came up to bat in the second inning, they were losing. That is pretty strange. You don't see that, right? 6-5 at the end of the first inning. And it just kind of was like, man, that's the way this season's been going for a while. And
it evaporated so fast.
Couldn't believe it.
I mean, I was watching that game. You guys know me. I was like kind of angry.
Yes.
as it was happening.
He does have emotions.
He's finally coming over to the other side, the dark side. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't outwardly angry, inside.
Yeah, I was like, what?
I just haven't watched those games. It's like, oh my gosh. Not only did we score more than one run in the first, how often has I don't know, Sean Jacobs come out and I just made up a name, by the way, come out and thrown 7 innings of like just amazing baseball.
Yeah,
right.
It's happened all year.
We put up 5 against Jacob deGrom. I'm like, it's about to be a great night.
We're living right.
And then I mean, it couldn't have evaporated any faster than it did.
I don't know how DraftKings would have handled the odds on that, but Padres lead 5-0. What odds do you get if you predict that the Rangers will be winning by the end of the bottom of the first inning?
I was golfing, and so my phone popped up saying that Ty France hit a grand slam. I was like, "Wow, this is an amazing start for the Padres."
Right.
Sure,
and I'm not kidding. When I got in the car and hit the on button, I heard Jesse say, "And the 5-run lead is gone." And I was like,
gone.
"What? Wait, what happened?
Yeah,
what happened?
It was incredible.
I went from the golf course to the car, and it was gone."
Yeah, well, don't do that next time.
I wish I could have gotten the car like you did.
You
I actually had to watch it, so it wasn't one of those. It wasn't one of those. I didn't get to hear JC say in the 5-run lead.
I was like, what?
I didn't get to hear him say it, but I could see him up in the booth, and he and Dave Marcus looked disgusted by that time. Thank you, by the way, Tony, for the tickets. We had a great time, though. It was a lot of fun and great seats there. And
pretty cool stadium.
Beautiful stadium, really. Once you get used to the fact you're indoors, it's really something. It's top notch.
It looks way better inside than it does.
Yeah.
When you look at it from the outside.
I agree. It was really something. It was great atmosphere. The fans were into it. And there was a ton of Padre fans, I must say. Lots of Padre fans were there.
I give Padre fans a lot of credit. The last 2-3 years, you're noticing them travel in bunches and a lot of them. And it's not just – it used to be like 1 or 2 places. Now it's pretty much everywhere we go.
Yeah,
There's a Padre contingency.
It was great
of the stadium, and you had great seats. So
yeah,
if you want to see it,
we had a lot of fun.
YouTube.
We had a lot of fun, and we were in the Padres section. In fact, Tony, you left us the tickets. You left us were right next to the tickets that Yuki Matsui left for his friends from Japan.
Oh, that's awesome!
Yeah, he came into the game. They went wild, and they were sitting next to Lori and I. So yeah, it was a lot of fun, but. Not only did they lose the 6-5 thing, but then when Ty France hits a home run to tie the game, they give up a run in the bottom of that inning. Like, that's what's been going on. And you mentioned that last week, Scraby, that every time the Padres seem to score, it seems like they give it right back, just like yesterday.
I've been doing a calculation, Chris, and I think I'm going to do a short video about what I found.
It's crazy, man. They were 3-0 yesterday, and you say, boy, that's going to be hard to, the way they've been hitting 3-0, and then they come right back and tie it, and you're feeling good. and then boom, they're behind again. So
that goes to, the starters, not going as deep.
Yeah.
Bullpen having to cover it. They start to have some attrition.
Yeah. Manny Machado did have a great game Saturday night. Let's not let that totally pass by. It's nice to see that 5 RBIs Friday night couldn't have been more frustrating for Manny. He not only did go for 5, but he popped up the last 2 times up with runners on base. And I will tell you, Tony, when he popped up in the 9th inning at the last out there, I did not watch the ball go up in the air. I watched Manny turn around and walk off that field. And I just want people to know, I know you give it the old, they don't care and they're not trying and they're not putting any. You just couldn't be further from wrong when you say stuff like that. And, I might have been 300-400 yards from Manny Machado as he walked off that field, knowing the ball was going to be caught and the game was going to be over. But you could sense the disgust and the disappointment and the frustration and every other emotion that went into, popping that pitch up and ending the game. I feel it. And I think this team has felt it for the last month plus. And, all you can do is go back out there until AJ Preller's able to find something. I think this is the team they have. They got to kind of scrap and claw, and you need to get healthier with your starting pitching. Otherwise, I don't know what's, the next month's going to be interesting because the trade deadline's still a month away.
Yeah, August 3rd, I believe, is the day.
I mean, are you gonna really trade stuff on August, July 28th if you're, 7-8 games, God forbid, below 500? So
who's gonna be the first to blink? That's really how it's gonna really go down. Like what's gonna be the first arrow thrown?
Right.
And then we'll see how everybody reacts after that, But it's going to happen.
Yes, it will. Buster Olney from ESPN, they're in town, so he's nice enough to come on and talk with us at about 3 o'clock. And the World Cup continues, and the excitement is growing beyond belief with the U.S.'s performance again on Friday. And now the excitement is reaching a fever pitch. Mark Ziegler is going to talk World Cup with us. So all of that's coming up, our regular Monday stuff. Welcome to it, Gwynn and Chris. Chrisello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Scraby, 97.3, The Fan.
on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Scraby, Padres begin a 3-game set against the Atlanta Braves. Watching, you were talking about starting pitching before we went. I'm watching two of those starters throw a baseball right now. Kind of exciting. Joe Musgrove, Nick Pivetta.
That is
both
exciting.
Playing some catch right now. Pretty firm, I must say, with the guidance of their physical therapist out there.
Nah, I hate physical therapists. Get them off the field. Let's go.
You know what I've noticed about Chris? And by the way,
I actually
Tony,
love physical therapists, by the way.
I was just about to say.
I just, in this case, I don't like them.
Any sort of Western medicine Chris is against for some reason.
That's not true. Are you kidding me? I love the fact that being part of a team and broadcasting over all these years, I've had my own athletic trainer for like 6 months out of the year. I love that Western medicine.
Okay.
I use it often.
But we do have to say, happy birthday, big guy.
That's right.
Look at him.
We got to say happy birthday to Clyde Drexler. And
No. This is not don't do that. Don't deflect right now. Don't deflect.
He was going through all of the guys with his birthday today, and I was like, I don't care about any of those guys.
With all due respect to Clyde the Glide, this is Mr. Ello's birthday today. So
my birthday, yeah.
95?
95. I will tell you guys, there's no place I'd rather spend it than talking sports with you guys.
Oh, I'm sure.
Liar.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Liar.
Well, I could have taken the day off.
You know that you would much rather be sitting at home with Kylie right now, eating some grapes, getting palm fronds. Yes.
That does sound okay.
Because you are expected to do a lot for your wife's birthday. Does she do a lot for your birthday?
She's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, you were at one of the parties a few years ago.
I was actually. You're right.
Pretty ridiculous.
It was a surprise party, right?
That one was not a surprise party, but she's had some of those over the years. So yeah, she's quite extensive and quite good at it. So, and that's why
she expects. That's why she expects you to be able to reciprocate that.
And after all these years, Tony, I've run out of ideas. I am plumb out. I got nothing. When it comes to birthday ideas, but I think I've used them all. But yeah, that's why we went to Dallas. We went down there. I think, it's interesting who I ran into yesterday on the way home. Tony, I don't know if you're aware of this because you weren't in on this part of the trip. We get to the airport, and right behind me in the TSA line is Padres PR guy, Darren Feeney.
Oh,
and
he got the boot, huh?
Yeah,
he got the boot.
Yeah, he looked at me and he goes, "Chris Ello," and I go, "Never mind me. What the hell are you doing here? You're supposed to be with the team going home." But yeah, he got the boot. He didn't make it. I think they had some sort of, something with the roster. He said, and somebody, another player had to come back to San Diego, so he was the odd man out on the flight home. And I will tell you all that Darren, he and I. We both had to suffer on an airplane that sat, oh my God, on the tarmac in San Diego for over an hour waiting for, I guess, the gate to open. I've never seen that or been part of that before.
Did they try opening the door?
What do you mean? Like letting us off in the middle of the
yeah.
That wouldn't have been a bad idea.
Yeah, just
we landed at 8:30.
You guys had to sit on the tarmac for an hour?
Over an hour. We landed at 8:30. We got off the plane at 8:45. I've never seen that before. And maybe it had something to do with the NASCAR last night.
Wait, say that again. You landed at what time?
8:30. We got off the plane at quarter to 10. Yeah, sorry.
I was about to say, you was on there for 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, an hour and 15 minutes.
Doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. So, yeah, it was crazy. And then the airport, if anyone was at the airport last night around 9:30, 10 o'clock, you know what I'm saying, and I don't know how to describe it to the rest of you. It's the most crowded I've ever seen.
It's got to be the NASCAR stuff.
But why would people be coming in?
Because they travel. Oh, coming in?
Yes, people were coming in. We had to wait over an hour to get our Uber driver. let alone
people coming in on Sunday.
Yes, but that long, I've never seen anything quite like that.
I don't think there's not Comic-Con's not coming.
I don't know what's going on, but the airport was jam-packed last night. So, but yeah, went there. We tried to solve the JFK conspiracy. We did go on the big tour. I'll tell everybody about it maybe a little later. But Darren told me that he also, with some guys, went on a JFK excursion. So he said he was listening to me talk about it. And he thought that, he wanted to check it out too. It is very interesting. I'll share some of that later. But we had a good trip to Dallas, but it is hotter than hell. And I would never move there. I don't care if your family's thinking of moving to Dallas, think again. The weather is awful.
You are melting the moment you step out.
Melting.
And you kind of can forget, because we fly in at night. And it's still pretty hot then.
Still hot.
You fly in at night.
Yeah.
There's no sun. And then you're in air conditioning for pretty much the next 12 hours. And then when you walk out that first time, and it's the reminder that the sun is out.
And here's the other excitement of Dallas before I move on from my Dallas weather hate. When we got there Friday, it was 100 degrees and 100-degree humidity, and we're sweating, and we go inside, and we went and we ate. And when we came outside, it was a torrential rainstorm, and the rain was going sideways.
I love it.
Where did that come from?
Very Dallas.
That's Dallas.
I love that.
I've been sending you guys. Here's a question for you. As it pertains to Major League Baseball, and we get to the end of the season, and what happens next, right? We're all been kind of bracing for this lockout. I've looked for it. I want you guys now. I'm going to ask you guys. I'm going to challenge you guys. Look, can you find anybody making the argument for the owners?
You mean it's on the owner's side and says, the owners need to change,
no one as
every time someone can explain it. It's not even; these aren't even necessarily ex-ball players. They're just people who are reporting on it.
Right.
Seem to be I haven't found any of the hot takers out there that are making it for the other side, making the argument for the other side.
I can't think of anyone either. There's not really a great way to make that argument, though.
And maybe that's because it's already kind of known what that argument is. It's not really needing to be explained because we know what it is based off the other leagues that are out there. So maybe people have their mind wrapped around why the owners are going for it in the beginning, and if in the first place.
Yeah, I think everybody thinks that the owners have plenty of money, and anybody who really follows this know that the owners can afford whatever it is they need to afford to keep baseball going. But I'm not going to say I disagree with you, Tony, because I think most of the hot takers out there are, more invested in it. So they're looking at it and realistically, and they're saying, hey, the owner's got to wake up here. But I would still venture to say, despite that, I would say a good 70% of fans believe it's going to be the players' fault. Because in their minds, the players make too damn much money. And in their minds, the players ought to just accept a salary cap because every other sport has one. And it seemed to work for all the other sports. I hear that from the fan people. And I try to discuss it with them and get them to open their minds a little and understand just how much money is available out there. I think a lot of fans still are not on the side of the players because they don't know, they can't put it in their, they can't see in their minds or picture how much the owners actually make.
Well, I was asking who's making the other argument is what I was asking. So I don't know if you're disagreeing with me because I'm
not disagreeing with you. I'm pointing out that I believe the fans don't agree with the people that are really, the people, the experts say the owners need to cave a little bit.
Yeah.
But I don't think the fans agree with that.
The general fan, I think
the beautiful thing about me bringing this up is there's a poll taking with fans. So let's find out. There's 8,500 fans conducted in an athletic poll that asked him these questions. So we don't need to guess. Let's figure out what these 8,500 fans said.
How many Dodgers fans were there?
The first segment released in the annual MLB player poll which was conducted across 23 teams. February to May. 80 respondents said they believe there would be a lockout this season. Okay, here you go. Oh, I lost it. Sorry. Working through this app. Or this,
we'll give you a moment.
Yeah, so
give me a moment here.
It's okay.
All right, here we go. It says in the fan survey, 77.7% of respondents said they believe MLB will miss games in 2027 as a result of the lockout. The Athletic fan survey revealed 21.8% of respondents said missing games would turn them away from MLB for a significant amount of time, while 33.7% said it would depend on how many games could be canceled. Gets better.
Okay.
Or it doesn't gives you more information. It says as all sides brace for labor fight this upcoming winter, the solution remains uncertain. MLB initial labor proposal, the league pitched a hard salary cap. Players have indicated they will fight against such system. The fan survey, however, showed 57.9% of participating fans want a cap and floor system. Only 38.9% support the game's current market system. When the question was narrowed, however, 44.4% of the fans supported a soft cap and floor compared to 39.7% supporting a hard cap and floor. So it's not quite 70%, as I think as you were indicating, but a little bit over 50 is what the fans say in terms of they want a cap and floor. But when asked a more specific question, they don't necessarily want a hard cap is hard, but they want some type of cap and floor.
I don't think I mean, I trust those numbers. The Athletic doesn't put out like bogus polls or anything like that. That's not what I'm hearing, because people tell me all the time, like, it's the players are going to be, I'm not going to watch baseball because the players are too greedy. And I try to explain it to them a little bit. I've said this for like 6 months now. I think the Players Association needs like a little bit of an education campaign for the fans, just to know how much money's on the table. Like it's a hard sell when you're making millions upon millions of dollars. It's a hard sell to say I need more money.
Well, also understand that the players are not going to walk out and strike. The owners are going to lock them out.
Yes.
But 90%, at least, I'm just saying a stupid percentage. Most of the people I talk to are blaming the players for not wanting to play.
Fair or not.
Right. It's not even fair. It's not even accurate. Right. It's not going to be accurate. The players want to play. The owners aren't going to let them. But the fans are still going to blame the players.
It's not going to matter until fans won't have an impact on this until we get to the point where there is spring training or games being missed. That's when they can start to, have a little bit more of a say in terms of how this is going to go. Until we get to that point, it's just PR right now. Who's winning the PR war? And right now, I mean, because, I think the owners are limited in terms of how they can play this, right? They can use their engine and MLB, but they all of the sports talking, shows that you now go on in order to try to curb PR or try to get a perspective out there. I don't know that they are willing to go out there like that. I mean, I think I've heard Rob on one show. I can't even remember which one it was too.
I think it was a WFAN show, actually.
He's going to be the one that's out there that's having to try to win the PR time until we get to the point of games being missed.
I think the ultimate thing is games being missed.
Well, I think the ultimate thing beyond what we're discussing right now, which is informative and intriguing. And I think it trying to, get every people to just be a little more knowledgeable about it. I think the bottom line is it doesn't really matter whose fault it is. It doesn't matter what monies are being won and lost or given up. I think what matters is that these guys and gals and owners and agents and people who run baseball need to somehow look beyond their noses and their egos and their pocketbooks and understand there are billions of dollars to go around. So figure out how to divvy it up and don't let us miss baseball. But I know I'm begging for something that I don't believe is going to happen. I think we are going to miss baseball. So,
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we're not educating every time we come in and we talk about it. This is the subject matter that we are given right now in terms of baseball. It's going to be something that we're going to continue to have to talk about over the course of, the next. Hopefully we don't have to talk about it after December. Like they get to December, they figure out something, but it doesn't seem likely. So, I think until then, this is kind of where we're at. All right, let's get the break. On the other side, Buster Olney.
No, I'm sorry. That's 3 p.m.
Nope.
Sports potpourri.
Okay, that's 3. Oh, yeah. Good old sports potpourri.
We got to wrap up the cup, the golf. There's a lot of weekend stuff.
What's the cup?
Yeah.
Maybe the World
Cup.
Oh, you said wrap it up like I thought you meant like NASCAR. Anyway.
NASCAR?
We're Gwynn Chris on the other side.
Okay.
baseball team needs. The two of the best teams, if not the two best teams in the National League, are coming to town, the Braves and the Dodgers, starting tonight at Petco Park. Padres and Braves, game one. It is a later start than usual, 7:05, because of ESPN television. To that end, Buster Olney of ESPN will join us at the top of the hour. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby, broadcasting live, Bill House Studios. We know how. And it is 97.3 The Fan. Tony's out at the ballpark. And let's get into a couple of the other things going on. First of all, I hear all the time about this guy, Mbappe. Know what I mean?
Do you know his first name?
Kylian, I believe.
It is Kylian.
Kylian Mbappe. I don't watch enough French soccer to really be able to appreciate the guy. I just hear that he's incredible. What do you think, Scrape? We've seen him now in 2 World Cup matches. I'd say incredible describes him. He scored today from like 45 yards out, curved it around the defender, curved it around the goalie, inside the post, upper corner. I'm like, okay, the guy's pretty good.
He's not just pretty good. He's very, very
sick.
I would have said, if you haven't seen him, all you have, and you don't even watch soccer, all you have to do is just turn a game on that he's in, and it'll be apparent to you who it is that is.
He doesn't even need, you didn't even
fast.
Right. You don't even know like what number he is. Just know it's him. No. By the way, the match between France and Iraq right now, it's 1-0 in the first half, thanks to that Mbappe goal. It is pouring in Philadelphia, and they are playing in an absolute rainstorm right now. Yeah. Earlier today, speaking of good at soccer, Messi. He scored 3 in the first match for Argentina. Little off day today. He only scored 2 today. He's now the all-time leader in World Cup goals with 18. Argentina wins 2-0. That game was played, by the way, guys, in Dallas. And I can tell you that it was played in Dallas because I think the entire country of Argentina was in Dallas this weekend. Everywhere you looked, people were partying in the streets. The game wasn't even for 48 hours. And these fans were just going crazy. The soccer enthusiasm in Dallas, Tony, was beyond what I ever expected. So much to the point, I told Scraby this. Lori and I were walking around Saturday night out downtown Dallas. There's, a lot of like the gas lamp, right? A lot of, bars and open restaurants with bunches of TVs and the whole thing. And you're kind of walking around. Not one television was tuned to the Rangers-Padres game.
Yeah.
0.
I'll tell you my one experience in Texas during the World Cup.
Yeah.
I was in AAA. We were in Round Rock.
Okay.
Same thing. I think first of all, Texas is a much bigger soccer place than you would think it is.
Yeah.
But it was the same exact way, and that's in Round Rock, Texas. It's not even in like a big metropolitan place like Dallas.
Yeah.
But it was the same. Every place we went, that TV was on the World Cup.
I mean, you couldn't even the poor Rangers couldn't get like one TV in the corner. I mean, they're the home team, for heaven's sake.
You know it's big when the MLB changes its schedule. They had a series in Dallas the week before that they didn't play on Saturday, skipped Saturday because there's a World Cup game.
Yeah, the Royals did not play Saturday. The Phillies did not play Friday because of the World Cup schedule. So you're right about that, Tony. But I was shocked.
Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing about World Cup that I'm thinking about now. How pissed are the NFL players? Like, you guys rolled this grass in here.
Been thinking about it a lot.
We've been complaining about playing on this turf, and y'all got this grass in here so fast, and it looks nice. I'm not saying it's the greatest playing surface, but I'm just saying, like, this. It seems not as hard as y'all tried to make it seem.
Yeah, I've been seeing some players leading up to this saying, yeah, it's really nice that you guys can bring in a bunch of grass for their games, but not our games, which is insane because we're your product.
Yeah, but you know what? The NFL doesn't care about the health of its players. We've been saying this for years.
I know that
I think
FIFA...
the one more thing. The other thing I thought, just a couple World Cup things I've been hearing, since it's been going. How about was it Allen? Who was the former owner of the Seahawks?
Paul Allen.
Paul Allen. He built that stadium with World Cup in mind. Like it's one of the few football places that width-wise, because a soccer field is a lot wider than the NFL field. That's one of the only spots that is designed for a World Cup spot. That stadium.
Well, so, what I was going to say is like what I've learned about FIFA is that they're incredibly pretentious and like to the point where in Gillette Stadium, they had to go put blue duct tape on chairs because there was a Gillette logo on them. Not even that, like someone at Levi Stadium had to rip off a 49er logo from a ketchup dispenser because they forgot to take that one away.
It's San Francisco Bay Stadium this weekend.
Yeah, that's
right. No, it's Levi Stadium, Chris.
It is not
Levi.
It's SoFi Stadium. It's Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
You know what, though, honestly, and we're going to have Ziegler on in an hour, so I'm going to ask him about this stuff. But you can talk about how pretentious, arrogant, whatever FIFA you say they are. I don't see anybody having an issue with it.
No,
I do not see one person having an issue with it, other than us sitting here complaining about it. Everyone's going to the matches. The stadiums are filled that I see.
Facts.
People are paying $700 happily. We sat next to two fans. Sorry, Tony, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's funny because we heard so much like heartache and like irritation before it started. The moment it started, it has been quiet.
You haven't heard any of that. The fans are having the best time of their lives. The city of Dallas is alive, and it's because of the World Cup. You can just tell. Yeah. People are excited by the whole thing. We sat next to a dinner the other night. There was a couple of fans came in. They had their Argentina gear on. It was 2 days before the game. We're talking to them, and they're like, yeah, they came down from Toronto. They're Argentina soccer fans because of course, Messi. So I asked the gal finally, I said, how much did you pay if you don't mind me asking? She said, yeah. She goes, it's $700 a ticket. So they went $1,400 for the two of them just to see a match, at the Cowboy Stadium. She said, we have tickets for the quarterfinals back in Toronto. Those are $1,700. Wow. And I'm like, she just looked, And I just I didn't ask her. I said, you look like just kind of an everyday college. Yeah, you look like an everyday college student. What are you going to rob a bank? That's a lot of money. But
you shouldn't judge people by what they look like. That's Pat McAfee got judged, and he still won't let that go.
I didn't ask the ladies that, Scraby. I'm just telling you.
I thought you actually did.
No, from my own perspective, they didn't look like they were driving around in a Jaguar or something. So
I see.
The money is obviously people don't mind, and everyone's just having a great time. I've heard nothing negative. Now maybe I just missed it.
No, I haven't heard anything negative either.
No, I haven't. Listen, I'm looking for it. I haven't seen any of it.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything either. And I wasn't saying that the event itself is stupid. I'm saying FIFA is stupid.
No, I agree with you, Scraby. They're enough to anger me quite a bit, but doesn't bother all these fans.
This might be an indicator. This might be an indication of why they are act the way they do, because they know ultimately
they can,
like the NFL does.
Right,
the people will come.
The people are coming in droves. Go ahead, Scott.
I have a story. I don't know if you guys want to get into it now because I know Buster only wants to talk about Rafael Devers, but maybe you guys want to get your opinions on this before we talk to Buster only in the next segment.
I do, but I want to keep with soccer for one more second because I want to talk about the United States team.
Oh yeah, you
which won?
We can't skip over the United States.
That was a bad producer move and error on my part.
Boops. Boops. I said whoops. Friday night, 2-0. Another match that they frankly dominated, I thought, Tony, without being an official soccer guy, but seemed like they had the run of the play. So they're now into the next round. Is it even crazy that the big discussion now with the United States team is how many people they should sit out in their next match to rest for the knockout stage? Yeah, already getting into that now.
They got quite a few dudes who get another yellow. They'll be done for a match, so you get a chance to.
You can't afford to risk that. Yeah,
keep those guys. You get Pulisic gets another day. I think that'll be obviously a good thing for his calf. Listen, I have to say this. I and maybe I have just a short, and I don't remember as well as I think I do, but I can't remember a United States team ever looking like.
Me neither.
They did those first two games. Not even close.
Not even close.
we used to have to go in and it'd be like, oh, we're gonna out-heart these guys, right?
And
Like,
a
our heart
scratch and
is gonna
claw.
be.
Yeah,
That's the only way we got a chance.
we're waiting for a bounce off of a
and
leg
listen,
or
I'm
something.
not sitting here and saying that either of the teams they faced the first two games are the truth, but I am saying they've never looked like a dominant team against anyone. Even teams that they were supposed to beat, they've never looked as good as they've
played the Cape
games.
Verdes of the world and looked very normal against them back in the day. But this year they look very good, dominant, whatever you want to say. They get the final match tune-up. Now it's a tune-up for the knockout stage on Thursday. So that's been exciting, and I know people are, obviously they're over the moon about it, and they should be. So
this is how much, and people can hate on sports all they want, but this is how much of an impact sports can have. If just by them going out and having the success that they're having, don't let them win a few games in this knockout round. Do you know the impact that has 10, 20 years from now? Like, it could change the whole trajectory of men's soccer in this country simply by making a run in a World Cup. Think about how crazy it is. We saw it happen on the women's side when they took off, and it still hasn't really decreased since then. It's just gone up. And I think this has been the one thing that, at least from a U.S. soccer side, has been missing. We always said, like, our best athletes play football, basketball, baseball. It did not look like that for the first time in those first
looked
two
like
games.
We had some pretty good guys out there. Yeah. And that you're not wrong, Tony, because every soccer person we've had on from the MLS and the Apple TV, commentators, they've all said the same thing. The 1994 World Cup was what, without that, there wouldn't even be MLS. And that team only got, I think, to one game into the knockout stage. Right. But just the fact
they won one game.
Right. Just the fact that they were there and it was all, it happened. So, yes, if they make a run, it could totally turn soccer on its ear. And we'll just have to see. They got, the one more match, and then we'll find out their knockout opponents. U.S. Open real quick, Wyndham Clark. Your thoughts, Scraby? We're going to talk about it more in the Big Five. But 2 U.S. Open titles in 3 years. Pretty impressive.
I was thinking about talking to you guys about this. One major championship. Can you guys say that it's lucky to win one major championship?
I don't think it's ever lucky. I don't think it's lucky, but I think it could land on you once.
Yes. Exactly. 2 is not a mistake. And he's done it twice at the U.S. Open now. And he did it with a pretty hostile crowd, and we're going to talk about it in the Big Five. I thought they were respectfully cheering against him, but he didn't. He was very angry. But I do think that he played with a lead like that going into the last day. It's not easy to play golf, knowing that you don't really have anyone right there.
Really? You think it's
play par golf? He went 3 over in the front 9, probably because he was trying to play too carefully.
I have to ask you this, Grave.
Yeah, what's up?
How do you know this?
How do I know?
Yeah, have you ever had a 7-shot lead going into the final round at the?
Oh no, it's just I don't know it. I don't. But I know how I play if I'm up by 7 against my friend, and then my friend comes storming right back.
I know what you're saying, but would you rather be him with a 7-shot lead or the guy in second place?
I'd rather be the chaser.
No, you would.
Yes, I would.
Get out of here.
You could play more free as a chaser.
Please.
That is such a loser mentality.
That is not a loser mentality.
Yes, it is. I'd rather be in second place chasing. No. What do you mean? I would 7-stroke lead, bro.
He didn't have a 7-stroke lead. I think
was it 6?
Well, yeah, 6.
He was 7 under in the next guy.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
I think that he definitely proved that he's one of the better golfers in the world.
He earned my respect on the very last hole, man. When he needed a par,
he did.
His drive almost went off the face of the earth, right? I mean, there was a cliff. That ball goes down there. I don't know what happens to him.
It was hostile too.
Yeah, and it landed in that gnarly rough, and he had only a couple of feet to even get the shot off. He's 192 yards because I made sure to make note of it.
That's insane.
Because I can't hit the ball that far off a tee.
No.
And he has to get it out of that muck.
It's insane.
And he put it on the green.
Can't even believe it.
And then from 53 feet, his first putt, he needed 2 to win. he hit the first putt 52.5 feet.
Yeah.
So the other one was just a
that tells me
that
where
was
he's
impressive.
at.
I'm sorry. Those two
Yeah,
shots
yeah,
were
he's
awesome.
ice water.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
if you're nervous, you're leaving that 10, 15 feet short.
Well, he also might have been nervous on the drive, but he was lucky it stayed in play.
Well, I like how they put up the thing that said birdie, par, and then where his drive went, bogey. I was like, oh, you drove it to the one place you shouldn't drive
he
it.
had a really tough shot, and he made it. So
it was an okay U.S. Open.
Yeah, otherwise it was kind of a pedestrian U.S. Open, but
wasn't the
a win for Wyndham.
You know what's great?
Like
that last little point you made there, I think is part of what's wrong with the fan experience right there. You know, the birdie, par, bogey. So the regular person that doesn't know enough, what they say, oh well, it's obviously what a stupid shot. Why would you hit it there? You're gonna bogey there.
yeah.
That's stupid.
Yeah, that is true. Someone could be watching it. They'd be like, man, you birdied it from over there. Why are you hitting it over there?
It said it right there on the screen in front of you.
Yeah, you
don't hit it here. It's a bogey.
Hey, Wyndham, I hate
These
you.
guys are just. These guys, I don't know how they get paid this money to hit the ball over there. That's just terrible.
Man, who's his caddy? I'll be his caddy. That is funny. That is really funny.
All right, we will get into Devers with Buster Olney and the rest of baseball.
again, 3 o'clock hour. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Scravy. Buster Olney will join us shortly. Padres Braves get set for their 3-game set. I'm watching former Padre Ha-Seong Kim chatted up with some of the Padres staff.
Ha-Seong Kim is quite a bit ahead of Xander Bogaerts in the All-Star balloting, which isn't really,
which is crazy.
Yeah, right.
Crazy.
I don't know that the Padres deserve any All-Stars other than Mason Miller, but if the voting is going to have Ha-Seong Kim ahead of Xander Bogaerts, then maybe the voting ought to be taken away.
What I can't tell you is under no circumstance does Ha-Seong Kim, should he have more votes than Xander Bogaerts. He's hitting 081 on the season.
081. And he didn't even play the first 2 months. And
he's played 21 games. Knock it off, Atlanta.
Come on,
that's ridiculous.
People.
Knock it off, Atlanta.
I mean, I imagine some of the Padres actually will move up on the balloting this week because the Padres will be home this week. But
I have to assume the same people voting is the same people that will tell Scraby that he doesn't know ball. You know what I'm saying? Like they're voting on an 081 hitter and quick to tell someone they don't know ball.
Yeah,
I don't know. This just makes no sense to me.
Yeah, it's a little crazy, but it's the smallest. I will say this: it's one of the smallest problems baseball has right now. In order to figure out the All-Star balloting, like, you know what, we have other fish to fry at this point. But I mean,
all right.
Anyway, let's get Buster going.
Let's bring Buster on. He's a busy man. Buster.
Yes, he is.
Only joins us here. ESPN. We'll see him, I think, tonight. The Padres playing the Braves. ESPN game. Buster, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm not actually at that game. Not part of the coverage they have there today. But I am fired up about this Devers situation. Let me tell you. This is about as bad a situation as I've seen.
Let's get into it. Rafael Devers, if for those who didn't see it, was got on base. I think he walked, and then they were trying to pinch run for him. He tried to refuse the pinch runner. And I be honest with you, I hadn't really dived into exactly what's going on, so I can't wait to hear what you have to say about this, Buster.
Yeah. So when Jonah Cox, the pinch runner, came out of the dugout, right here, the Giants are going terribly, and Rafael Devers starts to wave toward the dugout like, no, don't send out a pinch runner. And then he began to do the Dikembe Mutombo, one finger. No. And then Jonah Cox, the pinch runner, gets to within 5 feet of first base, and Devers starts giving him the flip of the back of the hand, like, get out of here, like he's waving a gnat away. No, I'm here. And then the first base umpire who's watching all this is like, well, what are you going to do? And he's looking at Vitello. And Vitello's like, Tony Vitello, the rookie manager of the Giants, and Vitello's like, no, we're putting the pinch runner in. Devers storms off the field, yelling into his helmet. He gets into the dugout. Jace Tingler, who you guys know, reaches out to give the coach's pat on the back, way to get on base. And, we love you, Raffy, that thing. And Devers dodges him like he's got, I heard someone said on a radio today, like he's got cooties. Right. and then he goes in and storms into the clubhouse as the Giants are trying to tie the game. After the game, Vitello addressed it. He protected Devers, and the reporters go to Devers, and he wouldn't talk about it. Refused to talk to reporters. And I'm like, first off, we've all seen situations where pitchers, coming out of the game disagree with the decision. And you get the body language, the disagreements, et cetera. And 95% of the time after the game, idiots like me will go up to the pitcher. Hey, it looked like you disagree with the decision. The pitcher goes, yeah, I did. But you know what? That's the manager. I got a little hot under the collar. We're moving forward. Right. That's what could have happened here. Instead, Devers, in the way that he handled it, turned it into a 1, 2, 3, 4 day story. And if I'm Buster Posey, who's head of baseball operations there, I'm calling him in today and ask him, are you going to listen to the manager? Because if you're not, we're suspending you. Because the guy has no trade value now. He's seriously underperformed, okay? And at the very least, you can use this situation to draw a line in the sand and begin to build a culture for a team that desperately needs some.
I like what you're saying, Buster. I like what you're selling, and I would buy it. The Giants do have the second worst record in all of baseball. And, this young manager's had it, it's been against him from the get-go. And in a lot of ways, he has kind of survived some of this stuff. And now Devers pulls this. But shouldn't just in being a little critical of Buster Posey, should they have seen any of this coming? I mean, after the way he reacted in Boston when he was told, to change positions or not change positions, to me, showed a lot of his cards then.
And look, there's no question about that was on the table. Folks, when they made this trade with other teams, were like, wow, you took on that whole contract, all the money, but the Giants, who have a hard time getting hitters to go to San Francisco, figured, hey, we have an opportunity to get a top 10 hitter into our ballpark. And so they bring him in. And unlike what he did with the Red Sox, where he wouldn't even take ground balls at first base. That's right. Alex Cora, the front office, everyone wanted him to take ground balls. Nope, not doing it. And so the Giants bet that in a new environment they could get to him. And you guys remember, like in the first 2 weeks, Will Clark was there at the ballpark, and he's saying, "I'll work with Devers," and Devers doesn't show up for 2 or 3 days, right? And so right away you're wondering what's going to happen. Here's the bottom line. Last week Buster Posey called executives, other teams, said we'll talk about everybody other than Logan Webb. And our young players like Bryce Eldridge. We'll talk about Matt Chapman. We'll talk about Willie Adames. We'll talk about Rafael Devers. And folks at other teams are telling me, look, unless they take on a massive bad contract, like a Chris Bryant contract, no one's going to touch Devers because he now has basically defied simple requests from 2 different organizations. To me, if you're the Giants, and man, I was around them for 2 days last weekend, it is a mess. And at least use the situation to say, you know what, we're backing our rookie manager, Tony Vitello. He's our guy, and you guys can fall in line. And Anthony knows this better than I do. After that situation yesterday, probably there are, I'm guessing, 23 of the 25 other players would be doing backflips in celebration for someone standing up to a player in this situation.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they handle this, because there may be questions on whether the manager is their guy moving forward, and having to kind of pick sides on this. Buster, I have to ask you. The Padres had seemingly come to an agreement on a sale and had that kind of all ironed out. Seems like there hasn't been a whole lot of news. I know the owners got together. It was expected that they would vote. It didn't seem like they did. Any word on what the word is about this sale?
Yeah, I asked people that in high-ranking officials with other teams, and they said, "Oh, it's going to work out. It's just a process thing. That whatever the procedures are that's required by Major League Baseball, the people that I've talked to have said it'll get ironed out, but they just didn't have all the ducks in a row to get the deal across the line in the last owners meeting."
All right. So with that said, Buster, the Padre fans right now, I think, are kind of understanding what we are, and that is the team as it's currently constructed is not going to be able to make it to the finish line. I mean, with the starting pitching hurting, the hitting continuing to be at the bottom, even though it's been a tad better. So AJ Preller is going to have to do something if they're going to make it this year. Is he going to have the ability to do that from ownership? Or is it going to be in enough, kind of in a waiting process where that may tie his hands?
Yep. No, I actually think that, what's been communicated to other teams is that the Padres will have resources to make deals this summer. And look, even though the new ownership is not officially installed, you guys know this. Like, there's a wink, wink, nod, nod thing in these situations. In fact, the Padres have lived this a couple of times. I remember when they made that massive trade, when I covered the team back in the mid-'90s, they were in the process of the team being sold to John Moore's, Larry Latino's group. And during the interim of that, Randy Smith, who was the GM, got the approval, despite the fact that team wasn't in place, to make that massive, what was a 12-player trade with Houston that remade the roster. And I think the same thing could happen. Now, I'm not saying it's a 12-player trade, but I'm saying you could have the same situation here where there's a wink, wink, nod, nod Padres can take on money this summer, spend some resources to try to prop up this team, which, let's face it, I mean, you laid it out, Chris, perfectly. You need starting pitching. You're probably going to need some offensive help. It's not exactly clear what's going to be available in the marketplace, but I think the Padres will be buyers.
Yeah, the Padres are a team that can take on money at the deadline. I think their options open up in a way that I think will be less difficult than having to try to trade prospects at this point. Buster, we know you got to get rolling, man. Appreciate you coming on, spending some time with us.
Yep, I appreciate it. It's always fun to talk with you guys.
Thanks, Buster.
Thank you, Buster Olney, ESPN. Always fun to have on. Always has some good information too.
You know what I love most about Buster is that he treats me like I am the most important person in the world when we're texting. And he was texting me his whole thing about Devers, and I was like, "This is great. We're going to ask you about it."
You can tell he had something to get off his chest.
He was
here,
ready.
huh?
He was ready. He was like, "Let's just go Devers situation now."
Well, one thing I want to do is I want to get in touch with Buster and remind him you are not important at all, and tell him to relax next time.
Man.
Secondly,
On your birthday,
I have a question for you.
too?
I have a question. I know we got to get the break here. Given all that you just heard, if the Padres went out and traded for Rafael Devers, how would y'all feel?
I can't even fathom that they would do this.
I can't either.
I don't think they would do it, and I think that they would get booed off their own field if they brought a guy like this in. So, no, I'd feel horrible. I don't even think he's that great.
He's not showing it right now.
Hasn't been that great this year.
He's not showing it.
Could you? I mean, why don't you put yourself in the locker room? Never mind the fans, Tony. How are you feeling if you got a locker there and you're Samad Taylor or you're Gavin Sheets and you've been doing this fight all year long, and they bring somebody with that kind of reputation to sit in there? How's that going to go over? It's got to be not good.
I mean, reputation. I would say that those guys know that that's part of the business of baseball, is that, any given moment, especially if your name isn't Tatis, Machado, Merrill, Bogarts, any given moment, you could be moved off your spot. I'm not saying that they will, but I'm saying that is the type of contract or bat that would be easy to get without having to give up a ton, right? You're talking guys who are signed, for, have some money on their books, a guy like him, a guy like Mike Trout, a guy like those are the type of deals. Because if you're talking about Young or a guy like Skubal, you're not just gonna get Skubal for. I mean, he's a rental, so you'll be able to get him for a little bit cheaper, but you're going to have to give up some assets for that. You know what I'm saying? Like any of those type of young deals. Think like when the Padres got Soto and things that he had time remaining. They got Mason Miller. Those cost heavy prospects because you are buying also time where you don't have to pay an inordinate amount of money. So I only brought up Devers from the standpoint that's the kind of deal that I think the Padres are in business for if they are allowed to take on money.
Well, give me a Paul Goldschmidt over
I can't do
Devers.
it, Tony. I can't. If I'm the Padres, I think one of the things that has endeared me to this fan base and has sold out this stadium for 3 straight years is that we have refused to go off of our moral center. And our moral center, to me, does not include a guy like Devers on this club. So
what if he's just misunderstood?
Wait, moral center.
Yeah.
Where morally has he gone wrong? Please help me with that.
Morally? What you want? I just defying what people ask him to do. 2 organizations. I don't want him part of my. Morals? I don't want him part of this organization.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's morals. I think
I don't know if that's morals,
ethic.
But okay.
Morals would mean that morals is more like, hey, I won't kill someone because it's bad.
Morally in baseball terms.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Well, why didn't you just say that to begin with?
Because it sounded better without it.
I get what you're saying, though, Chris.
Yeah, no, I think Chris is right. They have avoided those type of there was a lot of I felt like there was quite a bit of folks asking for what was my man's the righty Bauer, right?
Yeah, Trevor Bauer.
They never. The team never went that route.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So you're probably right.
Okay. I hope I'm
Let's
right.
go to break. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic.
And what is before they try, what is the heat index they're facing? Do we know? Or
Well, you could look up the Scoville on a ghost pepper.
yeah,
It's one of the world's hottest. There's a couple of hotters.
Scoville's the
Reaper
measurement unit.
and the X pepper and all of that.
Thanks for the education because I did not know.
I've allowed
Yeah.
milk and bread, but if I was
So
asked,
tell
I'd have
us the
said no.
actual rules of this. Like,
The rule
want to see if you
is
can do it. I guess
you guys alternate spoonfuls until one of you can't.
Yeah, that's,
One
that's
of you
not
can't
happening.
do it anymore.
Yeah,
That's not happening.
until you can't do it anymore.
I will take
And
one
the winner,
spoonful of
Scrady,
this.
has a jar
yes,
of
here it
a
is.
couple of my jars.
I think they
Products.
both are winners if they
Hold
pass
on one
this.
second.
I
The
hate to
winners.
say, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
There will be no back and forth. There will be one spoonful.
Now,
This is the one that he has right now.
The 38,
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
No,
maybe.
this right here, I've been putting on some of my turkey burgers.
Good stuff.
This is hot.
Okay.
Right, and we do
All
it
right,
next.
hold on.
Here we go.
All right. Let's
Adam's
do it.
ready.
This is a
There,
full
away he goes.
spoonful
He
of
does
the-
have a full spoonful
does.
for those
This is-
listening on
This
that.
is
I'm literally sweating watching him
That's
do
a
this
full
right now.
spoon?
That's a full spoon.
all right.
That is a full
down the
spoon.
hatch we go.
All
All right.
right.
he's- And man, he went the whole thing. He did not.
My
He did
turn?
not trickle that down the throat. He
He
just.
hasn't reached for the milk yet.
Scraby's coming over.
When does the heat kick in?
Oh,
I knew it.
When does the heat kick in?
Wow.
You better go, dude.
There goes Scraby.
They
Scraby,
both
did
did.
you swallow that, Scraby? Yeah.
That is some good stuff.
It's delicious.
delicious.
We're gonna see
Tasty.
it. I'm gonna watch you now.
I'm feeling it already. I am, are you?
No.
He's
Adam's
feeling good.
feeling nothing. All right, so take another spoonful, Adam. You'll win.
Oh, come on. Now we're double dipping.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
all
you
one
can't put your
spoonful.
same
That's
spoon
not
in
what
there.
the competition's all about.
We always said
Spoonful
that.
too?
Yeah, go
Oh
for it.
yeah.
I always said that Adam Klug was kind of had a.
I at least used a different spoon. No double dipping.
All right.
I didn't know where I don't think
I
it
always thought
matters.
Adam Klug had a cold persona, but evidently it's just the opposite.
All right.
Big
He
boss
is
Michael
handling
Valenzuela
it.
in the
Wait,
YouTube
no,
chat,
dog.
by the way.
Which way though? You let laughing it drip in your hand. Oh, okay.
Scraby, where are you? Let me see.
Okay.
I'm just looking at Adam, and Adam's not having any problem at all.
Look at you, Adam.
Adam is backed
All right.
up.
I'll let you
But
boy.
this
I must tell you, Tony,
no.
that Adam has cashed the check.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he
he
did.
cashed
You said
his
I wouldn't
check.
be able to catch
I
it.
did.
No, you
I
cashed
sure
it,
did.
man.
You proved
cashed
me
it
wrong,
for
my
sure.
friend. I
Scraby,
gotta tell you though, this is further proof that whatever we got him with that
the
tie,
tie thing,
was
yeah, 'cause
super weak.
this is less than a 10,
he's
right?
he's over here having a difficult time.
You're turning a little
No,
red,
The tie
Scraby.
was just as bad.
You're turning a
this
little
hit me
red.
By the way,
faster.
this is delicious.
Oh my
Oh,
God!
he's
He's
going
going another
for
one.
Yes.
Come on, Adam. Wow,
Delicious.
you're gonna have to come back in 6 months with like an 88.
Oh.
It's 38.
We'll have to go with the higher Scoville next time.
All right.
Right.
Oh, wow. Look at this guy. He's talking
Drop-
trash now.
Well,
I haven't had a sip of milk or bread.
He hasn't even reached for it.
No, he doesn't
came out
even
of the
need the
gates
bread.
talking trash.
All right.
All right. Now
Hey,
I'm
man.
going to take another one.
What?
Well,
Why
you
are
got you got a
doing
whole
this
other
to
spoon.
yourself.
No, because I don't want.
You don't want Adam to say he
By
has
the way,
wing sauce,
yeah, he
baby.
get the whole
Full spoon,
get the same
baby.
thing that look. He's dropping it all in
Just
there.
keep the studio clean.
It's all anybody's
Big
worried
boss
about.
Michael watching over here. Come on.
Woo, boy, Scrabe, get back in front of the camera. Your face is red, Scrabe, isn't it, Tony? Are you
I'm
seeing
sweating.
the same thing?
You are sweating. Your face is definitely.
Why do you keep doing this?
You're not feeling anything?
Adam isn't even
Anything?
moved over
I
there.
feel a 1 or maybe a 2 out of 10 here.
Wow.
Adam
That's
Klug,
ridiculous because I'm.
Wow.
Adam Klug is a tough
Maybe
son
now
of a
bent
gun.
over the trash can.
No,
over
I had
there.
to spit.
I was going to say, it looks like Adam Klug may be producing the rest of the show because he's fine. Scraby may need
Scraby's
to
going to
go
bed.
get
Bed, yeah,
you know,
assistance.
want
Frank-
the milk, dude? It might
Frank
work
predicted
better.
that.
No.
Oh, did he?
Frank
Scraby's having
predicted that.
bread.
Oh yeah, that Adam would just cruise through this with
Frank
no problem.
predicted this.
He did.
Frank on the last show.
I
said
know you
Adam
had
would
it
have
like
no
that.
He
problem.
did.
I got a newfound respect from Tony Gwynn Jr.
Yes,
here.
you do.
So-
all right.
So Scraby has the prizes for you, Adam. You have one a jar of the ghost.
You can
pepper
have as much of this
salsa.
as you want at all
And
times.
the,
Yeah.
Mr. Lane's roasty 38 chili powder.
You should let me have that chili powder though. I think I do. I think I would do more damage.
Started
with
off
this.
giving me the mild.
And what is before they try, what is the heat index they're facing? Do we know? Or
Well, you could look up the Scoville on a ghost pepper.
yeah,
It's one of the world's hottest. There's a couple of hotters.
Scoville's the
Reaper
measurement
and
unit.
the X pepper and all of that.
Thanks for the education because I did not know.
I've allowed
Yeah.
milk and bread, but if I was
So
asked,
tell
I'd
us
have
tell
said
us the
no.
actual rules of this. Like
The rule
want to see if you
is
can do it. I guess
you guys alternate spoonfuls until one of you can't.
That's
One of you
not
can't
happening.
do it anymore.
Yeah,
That's not happening.
until you can't do it anymore.
I will take
And
one.
the winner,
spoonful of
Scrady,
this.
has a jar
Yes,
of
here it
a
is.
couple of my jars.
I think they
Products.
both are winners if they
Hold
pass
on one
this.
second.
I hate to
Winners.
say, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
There will be no back and forth. There will be one spoonful.
Now I am
This is the one that he has right now.
The 38,
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
no,
maybe.
this right here. I've been putting on some of my turkey burgers.
Good stuff.
This is hot.
Okay.
Right, and we do
All
it.
right, hold on.
Here we go.
All right, let's
Adam's
do it.
ready.
This is a
There,
full
away he goes.
spoonful
He
of
does
the-
have a full spoonful
does.
for those
There's-
listening.
there's-
on
This is
I'm literally sweating watching him
That's
do
a
this
full
right
spoon?
now. That's a full spoon. For
all right.
sure.
That is a full
down the
spoon.
hatch we go.
All
All right.
right.
And man, he went the whole thing. He did not. A World Cup match between France and Iraq, 1-0 France at halftime. Major weather delay. We told you the end of the first half was played in a rainstorm. The rain has continued, so they have cleared the stadium. The fans are out, and the game is being delayed. So there you have that. Welcome back
Yeah,
to Gwynn and
it
Chris.
was-
Huh?
It was crazy that they played finished the first half as crazy as that rain was coming down.
I'm going to be.
It's actually probably made it a better game for Iraq to stay in it. honestly.
slow down
Yeah.
France a little. This is going to sound bad, so I'm going to just go for it anyway. But when did we?
Oh no, my
No,
finger's on the dump button.
Yeah, I know. When did we start worrying about everybody, having a horrible, something disastrous happening to them because it's raining?
Lightning, Chris.
I get it. There was lightning in the 1930s and 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s, and they never stopped a game ever.
Oh my gosh, we've been doing this so much, Tony, lately.
I'm asking you the question. When
We've
did
been
it
doing
change?
this so much
When
lately.
I think
did
what
stop
happened-
it, Scraby? I'm talking to Tony.
I think what happened, Chris, is that they realized at some point, man, this is pretty risky. I don't know if it's worth the risk to have, especially with these games televised. Could you imagine? And you know what? Maybe not anymore. We see so many crazy things that we never saw before that are we were kept away from. So maybe someone getting struck by lightning in the middle of a game wouldn't be as jarring as it sounds, considering all the things that we now see
He makes a point.
pretty consistently.
He makes a point.
I don't want somebody to be
Like, I
struck
think that
by
was-
lightning, but I just the odds of this happening are like a gazillion.
Was
to
it Lee
one.
Trevino struck by lightning twice, or one of those guys?
Yeah, and
That's
he,
telling us
crazy.
that.
he walked around afterwards.
He walked around.
I don't know.
afterwards.
They used to play games in all kinds of torrential hurricanes and downpours. And then we just stopped. And now if there's like
We
two
also-
drops of rain, they clear the stadium.
We also used to let our kids, babies ride in the front seat. No, with the
seat
babies,
belt.
with the
hanging out the
We did a
window,
lot of
drinking a
things that
beer
was-
as a 4-year-old.
I don't know. Now when you're, I'm sorry, but I love the helmet law and everything. But I mean, kids got to wear a helmet now when they're studying their homework. I mean, it's getting out of hand.
Hey, listen, I don't encourage my kids because my wife is definitely go put your helmet on. But I'm like, I rode so many bikes without a helmet.
See, that's
like,
the one thing I
all-
think the kids
all-
should have
all
on.
all
Of
over
course
the
you
city.
do. Of course you
Listen,
do.
if you can grab it, yeah, man, go get your helmet on. But like, if you just out like having a good old time, I don't want you to go back home and get your helmet. Like, just be careful.
Hold on, everybody. I gotta go home and get my helmet.
My mom
For everybody
making
who
me
wasn't
come home.
watching YouTube, I fixed my glasses, my imaginary glasses.
Well, my final statement is clearing the stadium every time it rains is just another example in my mind of the wussification of the world.
That is insanity
story.
to say.
I know it is because you want everybody protected and you want no one ever to get hurt ever. And the reality of the situation is people get hurt and things happen.
Tony, see what I've been dealing with?
You
like
can't
the past 2
protect
weeks?
it. You can't protect it from happening.
Well, you know, Scrape, he is a year older today, so it's
He's much wiser, it
lawn.
sounds like. Everybody
lawn
go
is
stand
getting
into the lightning storm with metal in the air. See what happens.
Well, if you're gonna wave metal in the air, make it a 1-iron, because as Lee Trevino said,
is
even
true.
God can't hit a 1-iron.
Yeah. No, I get it. But I think that clearing a stadium
Listen,
due to lightning is okay.
I don't disagree with Chris. Honestly, we do have a lot of rules that, some are great, but some we could do without.
Anyway, I'm in the minority. I said at the beginning.
I don't think you're in the minority.
I'm going to upset some people with this, because there are doctors that'll tell you, stop talking about kids not wearing a helmet because you've never been in an operating room when a kid's come in with a head injury. And I get that. I get it. So, there is certainly that part that doctors out there can have seen. And, they say, look, if somebody's wearing a helmet, this kid wouldn't be lying on my operating table. So I get that part. I get it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I definitely, if my son is at home or my daughters are home and they're getting ready to go on a bike and I catch them before they go, hey, put your helmet on for sure. But if they're already out and about, I'm not going to make you come home.
Yeah.
Don't do anything stupid that you shouldn't be doing.
I'm a thrill
That's
seeker.
Probably the main thing.
I'm a thrill seeker. Last time we rented bikes in Coronado, Lori said, we got it. You get a helmet anyway when you rent it. They won't even let you go out now without the helmet. So I put my helmet on. She put hers on. It took her 10 minutes to get the size right and get the strap around her chin and get it plugged in. And I just went without my strap connected. My helmet was, and she's like, well, if you fall, the helmet's going to come off. And I said, yeah, I'm going to risk it. And I did.
I've never wanted someone to fall off a bike and get struck by lightning at the same time more than Chris. Right?
What if I just ride around and get knocked off my bike by lightning?
I would love it.
That would be a double.
I would
for
love
you.
it. I'm gonna go send you to a lightning storm and have you sit in the middle of it and see how you like it.
I sat in. Just like every other fan, man, I sat in stands and watched games, and I had an umbrella on, and then that
we also have more electronic.
Either.
We also have more electronic devices on us now, so that could be a point for the lightning to strike.
All right,
thanks for that.
You're welcome. Well, look, I tried to solve the JFK conspiracy this weekend. I didn't solve that.
I'll give you
obviously haven't solved the lightning crisis either, but. I think the fans are starting to file back in the game in Philadelphia, so hopefully they'll get back underway. Padres Braves should have no such issues tonight.
Nope.
Looks like a nice evening for baseball. Literally. And we'll they don't get started until 7 o'clock. That means we're here till 6. Mark Ziegler is here next on the World Cup. And man, the USA is capturing everybody's imagination. We'll talk about it next with more Gwynn and Chris ahead. It's better than that. Mark Ziegler will be on that STCCU fan hotline shortly. The World Cup, you may have heard, is in full swing. And France, Iraq, still in a weather delay there in Philadelphia, 1-0, thanks to Mbappe with a shot like what do you call it? What did I call it the other day? A cracker of a shot. 40-yarder.
Yes.
Upper left corner.
Thought about that many times.
Impressive. Argentina beat Austria 2-0 earlier. Messi scored both goals, but I did see this. Messi, the greatest player in the history of soccer. Not even an argument, right? If you said, who's the greatest player in the history of soccer, maybe there'd be a few arguments.
I would yell Pele.
You'd say Pele. Most people, I think, would now at this point go Messi. Had a penalty kick in the first half and missed it. Shot it wide.
Yep, I did see
like
that.
If Messi could do it, I guess anybody can messy it up.
Oh, hey.
All right. Padres and Braves tonight. Padres went 4-5 on the road trip, finished up in Tejas with a 4-3 loss yesterday to the Rangers. Michael King. Be nice to see the real Michael King again tonight. We haven't seen him. ERA over 6 in the last, handful of starts. So
been seeing way too many of those Michael King, what just happened face.
We need him more than ever. Because as Tony and I said earlier, Tony, by the way, will be back later for the Big Five. But as we said earlier, you can't. Walker Buehler is your most reliable starter right now. And as reliable as he is, he's only going 5 innings. So what are you doing the rest of the time? You've got to have a 7-inning game from Michael King once in a while here. Vasquez is certainly not the same as he was.
No.
And, Giolito, I like the honesty of Giolito, but I'm getting tired of that honesty being, I got to do better.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's true, but yes, you're going to have to do better, right?
I said this about the Ty France said it. I can't remember which pitcher they faced last week, but he said, I tipped my cap to him or Dustin May. He said he was just really good, and obviously Dustin May was really good. But how many times are you going to say that? Like, I understand that he was great. You didn't get the bat on the ball, but how many times are you going to tip your cap to a guy before you get angry?
Well, the Padres have tipped their cap more than any other team this year because I read it in the article today. 76 games into the season, the Padres opposing pitcher has had a quality start 38 times.
Yeah, I've seen this.
That's exactly 50% of the games they've had a quality start thrown against them. And that is far and away the most in the majors.
I wouldn't doubt
there's
it.
nobody even near it.
That's sad. That depresses me.
Yeah. And like we said, those have been, we've had, the really good guy was, Mizorowski did it to them, but we've had
Christopher Sanchez twice.
Christopher Sanchez did 2 of them. But as Tony said earlier, we've even had Sean Douglas, and that's not even a real pitcher. Like Tony was just trying to come up with a name out of nowhere, but all kinds of no-name guys have kept the Padres at bay as well. Tonight, the Padres will face Grant Holmes.
He's got the long hair, right?
Yeah, really long hair, but not exactly a resume like Maddox.
No,
right?
No, but these are the guys.
This guy.
These are the guys that I worry about, Chris.
Well, you worry about everybody if you're the Padres. All right, let's get back into some World Cup. Do we need to check traffic? I forget.
We don't check traffic in the
I know it keeps changing all the time, but Mark Ziegler going to join us and is joining us on the SDCCU fan hotline. It's not big bank banking. It's better. Hey, Mr. Ziegler, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Just right in the middle of a World Cup and kind of a weird World Cup because it just keeps going on and on and on, and it's going to keep going on and on and on.
That's right, because you got the extra teams. There's a lot more first round or matches in the round robin section in your group stage. Let's start right at the top, Mark, with the USA. I mean, people are getting pretty excited. I don't blame them. I've said, and I don't think I'm a very, I'm not soccer savvy enough to really know for sure. But I personally, from my limited knowledge of watching it, have never seen us look as good as we've looked in these first 2 matches. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, look, they've looked very good, but they've looked very good against very, very weak opponents, probably 2 teams that might not have qualified had this not have been a This has been a 32-team World Cup and not a 48-team World Cup. And the weird thing about all this is, and I was just thinking about this today, we're not going to really have an answer on whether this was a successful World Cup for the U.S. team until probably July 10th. That's the quarterfinals. That's the first time they're probably going to have to play anybody. And it's kind of like going to the NCAA tournament and playing, Middle Tennessee State and Belmont and,
Right.
a SWAC team for like 5 rounds. I mean, they're not going to play. I mean, they're going to play Turkey, who's already eliminated in a meaningless game in the final group stage. And they're probably going to play Bosnia. And then they're going to probably play Egypt. And that's going to get them into the quarterfinals. Now, in the quarterfinals, it looks like they're going to have to play Spain or Portugal. Okay, now we'll find out if they're really that good. So on the one hand, hey, they're playing great. They look organized. They're confident. They're playing with some swagger. They have this, this growing support of the home crowd behind them that's getting better and better each match. So all those things are positive. But in soccer, I mean, there's about 8 or 10 teams that are really good, and then there's everybody else, and they haven't played one of those teams yet.
Yeah. So, I mean, I like how you're putting this, Mark. You're tempering my excitement a little bit, but yeah, I mean, I'd feel good if I moved on in the NCAA tournament, but I'd have to recognize that I beat Middle Tennessee and that waiting for me could potentially be Duke or Kansas. And that is kind of what is ahead if the USA keeps going. Now, it doesn't mean maybe they can compete with these teams. We don't know, but the thought is it would be a bit of a surprise still if we were able to get past somebody like that, right?
I think so, just because of the pedigree of the players.
Yeah.
I mean, the U.S. players, a lot of them are playing in Europe, or most of them are playing in Europe, at least among the starters, 9 of the 11. And that includes Tim Ream, who spent basically his entire career in England and now just came back to retire in MLS in his late 30s. And the only guy who isn't is Matt Freese, the goalie. And so everyone else has been playing in Europe. But now when you look at Europe, there are levels there too. A lot of these guys are playing in the second division in England or in low-level Premier League teams. They're not playing for Arsenal. They're not playing for Man City. They're not playing for Liverpool. They're playing in Italy, but Italy is a shell of its former self as a league now. They're playing in the lower levels of Spain and France. So they have good players, but they're not, Kylian Mbappe or Vinny Jr. They're not that caliber. And so what happens when, look, they're playing well together and they're going to have a home crowd. What happens when you have lesser players and a home crowd and a team that's really united and believes versus higher quality players? I don't know the answer to that, and we're going to find out. But it's going to take a while to find out, so you're just going to have to be patient.
Talking to Mark Ziegler here of the San Diego Union Tribune about the World Cup, and we were talking about Flo last week and how great he is and how much I love Flo, and he chose the United States. He had a couple options, but this team, does it have the ability to capture everyone and use this going forward? Because I growing up didn't see a team that was fun to watch. I didn't see a team that was flashy, but this team seems to have all of that. What are your thoughts on the men's team going forward?
Well, it's been really interesting because for the last year and a half since Mauricio Pochettino took over, they've really been inconsistent. They have not been very good. They've not been very likable. I mean, Christian Pulisic is the leader of this team, but he's not a really cheery guy. He's kind of sour and dour. The media doesn't like talking to him. Like when they say, "Oh, we're bringing Christian," they all groan. All the guys who regularly cover the team. And, he's kind of snippety sometimes, and other times he's okay. But, I mean, that's your leader of the team. And so it wasn't like a super likable group of guys. And they were playing really inconsistent soccer. But, the beauty of the World Cup is that for 4 years you can be as crappy as you want, but all that matters is your 3 first-round games. How do you look in those 3 games? And if you kind of catch fire, then all of a sudden everybody loves you. And that's kind of what's happening to this team, because a lot of these people who are loving this team weren't watching it for the last year and a half and being frustrated by it. So they're certainly in the best form that they've been in under Pochettino. The question is, it's a long tournament, the longest in history. Can they maintain that? It's not about having your best form on June 12th or June 19th. It's having it on July 10th and July 14th and July 19th. I mean, that's what it's all about. And so can they maintain that? Maybe this wave of support from the fans just carries them right through. And it's possible, but there's such a long way to go and so many good teams down the road that it's hard to draw conclusions now.
USA is off and rolling. They play Turkey, as Mark said. I believe Thursday is the next one. All right, Mark, let's talk about the Cup in general. You opened our eyes to a lot of the criticism that FIFA got, and the gouging prices and some of the things that were going on, and the different venues and the concern. And either they've done, who's ever covering the World Cup, maybe I guess Fox TV, but who's ever covering this thing has either done a good job of covering it up, or I just haven't seen or heard any of the negativity. It does seem like all the matches are pretty crowded. I haven't seen a lot of empty seats. I haven't heard a lot of complaining. So is some of that fear, did it turn out to be over fear, or is it actually happening quietly and people aren't loving it as much as I think they are?
A little bit of both. I mean, this is a pretty common thing in major international sports. You don't have any athletic competition, in the build up to it. And so there's nothing to divert people's attention. So, and the media's attention mostly. Yeah. So they just keep writing about all the problems. And then, it happens in the Olympics all the time. All this venue's not done, and that was not done. And then the Olympics started, and everybody forgets about it because there's so much competition to cover. And in this World Cup, because you've got 4 matches a day, which is much more than you normally have, you have 72 group matches, which is more than an entire tournament in the history of the World Cup, just in the group stage. It gives people so much more to talk about, and so they're not talking about those things. Now, do those things still exist? Yes. Is FIFA a greedy, corrupt organization? 100%. I mean, the greed is just shameless. I mean, they're having hydration breaks for the players on the premise of safety, but they're not allowing fans to bring a water bottle or even an empty plastic bottle into the stadium and making them buy it. They're covering up the name of the stadium. So it's like, I wrote about it, Lumen Field. It just says field. I mean, come on. The fact that there's 48 teams here and there's probably 20 teams that don't deserve to be here. Same thing. It's all about money and then keeping the money. And that's all going on in the background. But look, Fox is their partner, and Fox is loving this because the more people watch, the more money they make. And so they're not going to talk about any of that. You're not going to hear about it, but it's still there.
Mark, you're just singing to the choir over here, because I think it's the most pretentious thing in the world that every stadium has to cover up. I was reading about at Levi's Stadium, and Chris said, no, it's the San Francisco Bay Area Stadium. But right, Levi's, one of the ketchup dispensers had a 49ers logo on it, and FIFA made them remove it and made a big deal about it. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, the ketchup, it's SoFi, the ketchup, I think it was Heinz, I don't know what it is. They had logos on them, and they're all covered up. They all had to put tape on them.
Like in Dallas, they switched from, I think they're a Pepsi stadium, but FIFA is Coke, and so they had to switch all of the Pepsi to Coke.
Yep.
Like, and that's good. Is it really worth it for these stadiums?
I don't know if it's worth it, but they're doing it, right?
Yeah.
They're doing it. And look, it's going to happen in the Olympics in San Diego. It's not going to be Snapdragon Stadium. It's going to be San Diego Stadium. Now, old school guys like Chris are going to like that because they're going to remember when Qualcomm was called San Diego Stadium.
Yes, I can remember the name of the stadium. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, there you go. But that's the same thing. And the deal is this: when these naming rights deals are done, every stadium in the country puts a clause in saying, you might have to cover up your logo if we bring a major global sporting event here.
Okay, so
and
that's
the World Cup. That's the Olympics. That's even like a Rugby World Cup, which they were talking about maybe bringing in Snapdragon. So those, the stadiums know it, but still it doesn't remove the fact. I mean, if you look at the host city contracts, they're so one-sided. And these poor cities, I think I read somewhere that Vancouver is going to cost them $400 to $700 million at stage 7 games.
Oh.
And I mean, that's just, it's an ego thing. You want to say you're a World Cup city, but I mean, it's all about FIFA making as much money as they can. And they found some very willing, gullible people in the United States to do it. And that's what's happening. But it doesn't take away from the soccer. And it's going to be a great tournament in, the first week of July when we get to the round of 16.
Yeah, I do think
July.
I do think it's been good for our country to have it be a success like this.
Yeah, I told these guys, I was in Dallas this weekend, Mark, and I tell you one thing, that whole city has been overtaken by FIFA and the signage and the World Cup and the flags and the fans. I swear the whole country of Argentina was there this weekend because they played in Dallas this morning. So there's definitely excitement and enthusiasm. Give me a little read on somebody like Cape Verde. Like, what are they doing here, and what are they doing with a couple of points? And is the setup of the World Cup right, where somebody like Cape Verde can get there, but Italy can't?
Yeah, I mean, because it's all distributed by confederation. And so, I mean, look, if you're going to have the best 48 teams in the World Cup, probably 30 of them would be from Europe.
Yeah,
but they're trying to, it's kind of like in any tournament, whether it's the NCAA tournament, they let every, league champion in, whether they deserve to be there or not on merit. And so that's kind of what happened. But one of the things you've seen in this global era of migration, you're seeing a lot of teams that are able to compete not from homegrown players, but from their diaspora. And so Curacao has one player who was born on the island, one. And it's basically the Dutch second division. It's the Dutch B team. And they just, they find guys who have some link with the parent, give them a passport. And the same thing would happen with Cape Verde. I mean, CJ Dos Santos has been there. I'm not sure he'd ever even, that's the SDFC goalie. I'm not sure he'd ever even been to the nation. Now, he had a parent who was, I think a father who was from Cape Verde, but didn't live there. And so you have very sort of tenuous ties. I mean, you mentioned Flo Balogun. I mean, he basically lived in the United States for 1 month. He was born here because, and now the stories, come out, but his mom and dad were here visiting, and she was 7 months pregnant, visiting New York, visiting friends. They got back on the plane to go back home to London where they were living and have the baby, and they wouldn't let him on the plane because they were too worried about her giving birth on the flight. And so they made her stay, had him, and a month later went home, or 2 months later went home. And that was pretty much his entire connection in the United States. But he's on the team, and he's their leading scorer. So there's a lot of that, and that's how these small teams are able to compete a little bit. And that's just sort of the era we live in the world, and you see the same thing in the Olympics.
Give me just a quick scouting report on the tip-top teams in France and how they've looked. I mean, Mbappe's scored 3 amazing goals already. Messi's already scored 5. Spain had a little bit of a hiccup and then bounced back. Give me just in Netherlands, who are we liking at the, has anything really been decided yet? Because it's still so early in the round robin part.
Yeah, nothing's been decided. I mean, Belgium has not looked good. Turkey, obviously, a huge disappointment, already being knocked out. Colombia has, is okay. Ecuador has been kind of a disappointment. The major teams have all looked pretty good. And it's hard to judge because, again, you look at the last World Cup, Argentina won it. They lost their first game to Saudi Arabia, and it was one of the biggest upsets in World Cup history. And everyone was, oh my gosh, they're terrible. Again, you want to back your way into the tournament. When last time Italy won, they were terrible for a couple games. France has not looked great, but that should scare people because, again, you want to be at your best in the second, third week of July. And if they can build to that, they're going to be a problem because they have so much talent. And so a team, and the other thing is to look at the brackets. Germany is going to have to play France in the round of 16. Germany's looked pretty good. Well, they're probably going to be out. Portugal and Spain are going to have to play in the round of 16. One of those is going to be out. Probably going to be Portugal. They have a really talented roster. So there's some good teams that might not make it to the quarterfinals because of just the way the bracket breaks down when we get to the knockout stage. But all those teams you mentioned look pretty good. The Netherlands have been really, really good. England looked really good in their first game. I think they're going to be a problem. And I think it's going to be a lot of the usual customers unless the bracket allows someone like the United States to sneak in there.
Can we also say that soccer fans, whether we want to call them crazy some or not, they're the most exciting group of fans I've ever seen to watch. I mean, the way these fans are coming into these cities and just having, I mean, what did they say in Boston? The Scotland people drank the whole beer out of the whole city or something?
They drank Sam Adams. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
they drank Boston Dry.
Just having the best time of their lives with these
soccer
games.
They absolutely are. But you have to understand that unlike this country, your national identity is reflected in your national team. Yeah. We haven't got to that point yet.
Right.
We're moving in that direction, but not nearly like it is in a place like Scotland or even Morocco or Uruguay. I mean, you just go down the line, Argentina. And so that's why there's so much passion. There's a national identity tied to it that takes it to another level, and it almost comes to a level of religion. And it's cool to see. It's very, very cool. And this one cool thing about the United States hosting is that you have so many different immigrant groups. You can get people in the stadiums, assuming they can afford it.
Yeah. The one thing that stood out was watching the Netherlands fans, the wave of
they're the
orange
best.
take over the whole city of Houston this weekend. It was a sight to see. I would even take a minute if you are out there to look it up on YouTube. These people go crazy. And so that's been kind of fun to be around. Mark, appreciate it as always. We'll see you soon. Thanks. Enjoy the rest of the World Cup.
You too.
Thank you, Mark.
Right.
Talk to you later.
There goes Mark Ziegler. USA Thursday against Turkey.
Turkey.
Yeah, you're right. And I think Mark's giving us a fair assessment on the U.S. It's exciting to beat Middle Tennessee, and it's exciting to win a tournament game over anybody, right? Beat Alabama, Birmingham in the first 2 rounds. But eventually you're going to have to face, Duke or Ohio State, or somebody's going to be waiting for you.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the big question, whether the U.S. is up to that task. And I think a lot of us feel like they are. So let's get to it. All right.
I hope they are.
Yeah, we got, right. We have a Chris vs. the Fans, 833-288-0973. First time this week that you can qualify for prizes. So call in and have some fun next. And on into the 4 o'clock hour we go. Thanks to Mark Ziegler joining us from the San Diego Union Tribune. Joined us on the SDCCU fan hotline. It's not big bank banking, it's better. Crisello, Matt Scraby together in the Bill House studios. We know how. Tony Gwynn Jr. down at Petco Park. He'll be rejoining us shortly. Our Big Five coming up at the bottom of the hour as we go towards 6 o'clock today. Again, the great folks at ESPN Television rewarding all of us, Scraby, with an extra half hour on the show today.
6:05.
Ball game will start at 7:05 tonight.
7:10.
7:10. Thank you. Sam Levitt will have the pregame show coming up shortly after we're done at 6 o'clock tonight. Buster Olney was on with us earlier, and man, he's really upset with Rafael Devers.
He came out of the gate ready to go.
First of all, again, I'm not disagreeing with Buster there. I would love to see somebody walk in and say, hey, you're suspended. Get with the program. But too often in this day and age, we've seen it, right? Guys just, their contracts, their whoever they are, dominates sometimes over what's right. I mean, look, Juan Soto can jog and be thrown out on every ground ball he hits. And there is no way that Carlos, not Carlos Baerga.
No.
Carlos Mendoza.
Yes.
There's no way he's going to ever bench him, right? And say, hey, you know what? Soto's not in the lineup tonight. Why not? Because he doesn't hustle. But there was a day when that mattered. And managers had the power to tell a guy, look, do it right or you're not doing it. So is that better or worse than it used to be? I think it's a little worse personally, but I have to get that that's just how it goes now. And a guy like Devers probably knows it. He knows damn well that he can act the way he acts, and no one's going to do a thing about it. He'll be right back in the lineup tonight.
It's like the great Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother.
Stinson.
He had a whole thing. It was hot to crazy. You can be this crazy, but you have to be this hot kind of thing for who he was going to date.
Oh, you're talking about, okay.
So
right,
the players have to be this good to be this crazy. And I don't know that Rafael Devers is this good anymore.
He hasn't been this good, but
he needs to figure out that, hey, maybe you're not as like untouchable as you think you are.
I don't know. Like, do they play tonight, the Giants?
I was just thinking about
that. Check that out. I want to see if he's in the lineup tonight. But my guess is that he would
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. So they got a day to sort it all out.
It also came on the end of getting swept by the Marlins too. So I think maybe there's
they have the second worst record in all of baseball. So I get that there's some frustration, but to me, that's even more reason why you should, be trying to, do the right thing and help your team win and do whatever's necessary. I know that's kind of an old bygone era thing, but I'm going to try to hang on to it as long as I can. I feel like I'm the little kid holding on to the shoe of my dad as he's dragging his way through, and I'm just trying to hold on for dear life, because that's the way it feels when it comes to, going back to the day when, people in charge, we're in charge. People aren't in charge. You're not in charge anymore.
It depends on who you are and what position you're in, because I was taught and raised that there are people who are in charge, and you listen to the people who are in charge.
Yeah. Well, that's less and less than that. All right, let's get to today's Chris versus the fans. Let's win some stuff for somebody.
All right, here's what you're playing for. You are going to be playing for a qualification for the grand prize, a 2-night stay at Town and Country Resort, and a $250 food and beverage credit. Work on your resting vacation face this summer at Town and Country Resort. 3 pools and a 4-story water slide named Twister. Make Town and Country a family favorite. Rates start at $199 per night, exclusively for fan listeners. Visit towncountry.com/thefan to book now.
By the way, speaking of twister and the water slide.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know this, but right next door to Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas, on one side is the Cowboys Stadium, but on the other side is Six Flags of Texas.
Yep, I do know this.
Wow.
It's crazy.
I wouldn't even go in the gates. Those things look ridiculous, those roller coasters. Oh, my goodness.
Do they still have the old stadium in that area too?
They do. The ballpark in Arlington, which hardly looks old, by the way.
I was going to say, what are they doing with it?
I don't know. I think there's either soccer or minor league team. I was trying to tell with some of the signage, but yeah, it's right there. The ballpark, and I'll tell you one thing: it's 10 times nicer than anything we have in San Diego, other than Petco. But you know what I mean?
Petco,
yeah.
They have all 2 or 3.
They have all these stadiums lying around there in Dallas. You know, it's like we have stadiums to spare.
They also have like a NASCAR track on the outskirts. They got everything.
Lori and I even drove out yesterday to see the old Cotton Bowl. It's still there.
Wow,
the old Cotton Bowl still standing.
But they don't use it, right?
Not much.
Yeah,
it's being used for the Oklahoma-Texas game again this year.
They're keeping a stadium for one game a year?
There's a few other events, but yes, you're right. There's not much there, but the stadium is still standing.
Man, I wish I lived in a place with like 19 stadiums to choose from.
Wouldn't it be nice to be able to, just have,
Which stadium do we want to go to tonight?
Well, the ballpark in Arlington was like 12 years old. So, hey, we better get a whole brand new Globe Life thing with a roof and, the whole thing. You're right there.
I feel like the Rangers and the Braves got stadiums way too soon compared to what everybody else has to wait.
I said it, the folks of Dallas, Texas, Arlington, whatever it is, they want to have teams. So they're willing to buck up for it.
Yeah, David said you should go look at the high school football programs. I know, and they're ridiculous.
That's another part.
I think it's another. If I'm going to get on the Chris Ello get off my lawn train, that is it. Having kids in high school basically have professional programs.
They have nicer stadiums than
they have stadiums that
many
the colleges.
The rest of the
and it's high school. Like people, it's high school football. All right, I just took a shot at high school football for no reason.
Yeah,
we'll talk about the rules. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before you get into it, and you'll get that first question for free. All right, let's choose here. Let's go. You know what? You got a cool name, Matt in San Diego. Hello, Matt.
Hey,
What's
Matt.
up, guys?
Not
What's
too
up,
much.
guys?
You ready to play?
We're hanging in there.
I'm
Good
ready.
luck to you, sir.
All right, here we go. Question number 1.
Yep.
Who leads Major League Baseball in home runs?
Kyle Schwarber.
Kyle Schwarber. It is. What does he have? 29, I think.
Way up there.
Way up there.
Get 4 this weekend.
All right. Question number 2. What quarterback did the Jets trade for this offseason?
Smith.
I'll give it to
Geno
him.
Smith.
Yeah, he said Smith.
Good for
He
him.
said Smith.
Hey, by the way, Matt, thank you very much because I had no clue.
I figured that you
I have no
may
idea
not
what
remember that.
And why would you trade for Geno Smith? Where is that going to get the Jets? From like 3 wins to 5?
I guess it's better than what they had last year.
I guess. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Third and final question for Matt. You get this right or Chris gets it wrong,
Matt.
and you are qualified for that trip to Town and Country.
Rolling along here.
All right. What Major League Baseball team had a 12-game losing streak earlier this year? Phillies.
Oh.
They did have a losing streak, but it wasn't that losing streak.
I think it was the Mets.
Sorry, Matt.
God, Matt, you got to have the good start there. Thought you had it. Mets.
Good play.
Had
Good
the
play,
12.
Matt.
Was it only 12? I thought it even went a little
I
longer
think it was
than that.
12.
Yeah. Anyway, it was lengthy.
It was lengthy. All right,
Yeah.
let's go to our next contestant, Cameron in San Diego. Hello, Cameron.
Hey, happy Monday, guys.
Hey, happy
Monday
Monday,
to you.
Cameron.
Here we go. Let's do this. What former NBA champion also owns several NASCAR teams?
Oh, you guys are giving me the tough one on the first round?
Well, we'll give you a clue. His driver won yesterday here in San Diego.
Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I'm gonna pass on this.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I saw the big logo on the car. It looks really cool.
It's a big number 23. And I don't know any NASCAR, but I know Michael Jordan owns teams and players and drivers, and he won yesterday. Michael did. Sorry about that.
He also has the
Cameron.
car that was in the lead that ended up getting a flat tire late in the race. He owns that car too.
Michael Jordan, and they've shown. I saw a piece on him on one of those magazine shows. He is still as competitive as ever. Watching his drivers and being part of their push for success. He's right there.
Yeah,
It's still Michael Jordan. He wants to win, and he
might be a better NASCAR owner than he is a basketball owner.
That's not even a might. He was a horrible basketball owner.
Yeah, well,
sure.
He's making up for it in NASCAR right now.
Yes, he is. He's
and
had
he
a lot
gets
of
super
success.
excited and it's very fun to see.
Yeah.
All right,
you got to wonder what like these 24-year-old drivers are thinking. Like, here's the great Michael Jordan coming over, jumping into my arms after I win a race. It's like, get off of me.
All right, let's go to another Cameron. Actually,
back to back
Camerons. Hello.
Hello, how you guys doing?
Good, Cameron.
Pretty good.
Welcome to the show.
Ready to play?
Good luck.
Yes, let's go.
All right, here we go. Who was named Finals MVP of this year's NBA Finals?
This year's NBA Finals. Let's go with Jalen Brunson.
Jalen Brunson is correct.
Cameron sounded a lot like I did, which is, Jalen Brunson won the award like 8 days ago, and I had to shuffle through to remember it.
I mean, that's what happens.
Yeah.
We stow that away, and then somehow we remember
recently,
it.
you don't remember. Very good.
All right, here we go. Question number 2. Kind of a sports-related question, kind of not. But what celebrity power couple is getting married at Madison Square Garden?
Oh, this is kind of a guess just because they're a power couple. I'm going to say Travis Kelce and, the singer Travis Kelce and what's her name? I just drew a blank.
Okay,
I'm giving it to him.
I'm gonna get. You already got one half of the couple. It was
Taylor
Swift.
But I'm giving it to him.
Okay.
Now, one more quick thing on that. According to TMZ, which as you know is where I get my news.
Yes, I do.
They are already married potentially. And the Madison Square Garden thing on July 3rd is just going to be a big celebration of their marriage. It's not confirmed, but TMZ tells me they could already be married.
TMZ tells me.
So I'm just giving you the latest.
I could
Greg.
see that happening. I could totally see that happening.
Just giving you the latest. That's all.
Madison, that you have that many friends? Like I can't even fill a table, let alone a Madison Square Garden.
I don't know that they're going to have 80,000 people in there, but they'll have a few thousand.
I want to know how much it costs to rent out Madison Square Garden for.
Well, they got to do something with all that money.
I guess you're right. All right, Cameron, you are on to question number 3. Here we go. Speaking of the NASCAR event yesterday, what was the name of the driver who won?
Oh boy, I don't think he's going to get this. He could.
I'm not going to get this one. Dang it. I'm going to pass.
He's going to pass. I don't know. I mean, Chris, this was when I wrote this, I was like, he either saw it or he didn't.
I saw it, but I don't remember his first name. His last name should be good enough. It's good enough on Jeopardy.
Okay.
It's either Heim or Heim, but Heim. I'm going to go with Heim. Sorry. Yeah, I remember that much, but is it Brandon?
Corey.
Well, close. Yeah, sorry about that.
First win for that guy.
Yeah, his first ever win. He's 20, and I think he's 23.
Oh.
He's 23. He wore the 23 or had the 23 car and the Michael Jordan and the whole thing. So
and the whole shebang.
It's a big 23 day.
All right, we'll do one more and then we'll go tiebreaker. Let's go to Jose. Hello, Jose.
Hello.
You ready to play?
Yep.
Here we go.
All
Question
right.
number
Jose
1.
says, let's go.
What San Francisco Giants player refused to come out of the game yesterday and anger Chris Ello
and
Buster Olney,
yeah,
and Adam Klug?
Mm-hmm.
Raphael Devers.
Raphael Devers is correct.
Very good.
Hold on, I gotta find. Oh, there we go. I gotta add an extra little bed thing here, and here we go. Question number 2. What Padres manager managed the team to their first playoff appearance?
Well, that's a tough. You got to go back on that one a little bit.
Was that Dick Williams?
Hey,
Dick
very
Williams
good,
is
Jose. I'm
correct.
proud of you. You
Nice
went back and you
job.
got it.
All right,
Well done,
here we
Jose.
go. We've reached question number 3 each time.
That's right. Yeah, Dick Williams.
Each time they've been denied. So let's see what happens here.
All right, here we go.
All right. What Pennsylvania golf course has hosted the U.S. Open a record 10 times?
Is it Oakmont Country Club?
Wow!
Nice job,
That is
Jose.
impressive.
Running the
Stay
table.
there.
Oakmont.
Yeah.
I wasn't
10
even going
times.
to guess that.
That's where Wyndham Clark kicked in the lockers last year.
Oh, was that it last year?
Yes.
Well, Oakmont is a correct answer for all the money in China. Or you'll have to settle for the qualification for the 2-night stay at the Town and Country. But hell of a job, Jose.
Yeah, I got a little
impressive.
angry yesterday at the USGA because Torrey Pines is not on the books for the future, but they have another trip to like Pebble Beach. They have another trip to Oakmont later on, like 2020 or 2030 something. Get them on the books. What are we doing? What are we doing, Chris?
We're in NASCAR city now.
We're in NASCAR city.
town. That's right.
I won't deny that. I felt some NASCAR pride this week.
We got Daytona, Talladega, and San Diego,
That's
baby.
right. That's right.
So-
The Andrew 250.
That's right. All right. We'll come back and check things out on the college baseball. The World Series is going to be decided tonight, Scrape. World Cup update as well. Gwynn and Chris. The rest of it, 97.3 The Fan. Boomer Sooner or Carolina Blue for the national championship in baseball. Game 3 of the World Series underway. No score. First inning, Oklahoma, North Carolina. Oklahoma, by the way, came into the entire tournament unranked.
Yeah.
And they've been just offense. Their offense has been incredible. I think they've had 45 home runs in 17 games.
What?
Oklahoma. Yeah. They've gone crazy. Obviously didn't have that kind of production during the season or they wouldn't have been unranked. North Carolina's 5th ranked here with the championship on the line. And one thing I noted interesting, both starting pitchers in tonight's championship game are freshmen. So, they're not waiting around anymore.
This is interesting, Chris.
In this day and age, Guy, if you're not ready, you better be ready right away.
This is interesting because we didn't talk about it last week, but the MLB said that they want to take away some of the rounds in the draft. And
yes, I saw that.
And they are now saying that going to play college baseball is going to be a good thing for everyone because they're not going to allow guys to come out of high school anymore. They're going to have to be 2 years out of high school to be able to join the draft.
Well, let's understand that these are rules that they'd like to put in.
Yes,
it doesn't mean they're going to be able to do it.
You're right. These are what they want to do.
Baseball, right. Baseball is suggesting that kids have to play 2 years of college before they're eligible, or not play, but do, 2 years after their high school career is over before they're eligibly drafted. And they want to shorten the draft. So you know why that is. So they can save money. They don't have to sign as many players.
Well, that's the whole thing with the service time. You make a guy wait until he's 22 to be drafted. Then he doesn't get to the big leagues till 25. Then 6 years later, whatever, he's 33 and he's not getting a free agent contract.
We talked about it earlier. The owners are the ones, I tell you, they're going to screw up baseball. But the players are going to take the blame for it. That's just the way it's going to go because most of us think players ought to take what they're getting and be happy with it. And the players aren't going to take it, and that's why we're probably going to have a work stoppage. Couple of other things to discuss here. Dustin May. That name rings a bell. No,
Dusty May, I know who
you're not talking about the Cardinals pitcher. We're talking about the Michigan Wolverines coach. No more. The college basketball coach at Michigan. Dusty May has parlayed a national championship into the job with the Dallas Mavericks.
You were just there. Did you?
I was
give
just
them
there.
Input?
I didn't hear any. Yeah, I didn't hear anything about it while I was down there. I did see the Dirk Nowitzki statue out front of American Airlines Arena It's pretty cool, actually. But yeah, Dusty May's leaving Michigan. He's going to be the coach with the Mavs. He's finalizing that deal right now. Michigan, meanwhile, I feel so sorry for you, Michigan. They have to scramble now to get a new coach, or they could lose all their players because there's a clause there that says those players who agreed to stay at Michigan get now 2 weeks to go elsewhere since their coach is leaving. And I assume they're pretty talented players they have at Michigan. They just won the national championship.
Yeah.
So that could change the college basketball landscape a little bit. But
did you see that? I should probably confirm this, but I'm going to go with it anyway.
Okay.
Dylan Raiola, the quarterback in college, he's asking out of Oregon so that he can go become the Texas Tech quarterback. But again, I should go confirm this before I actually.
Why Texas Tech over Oregon?
Because he probably is going to get a starting spot with Texas Tech because they're looking for a quarterback.
They're looking for
now.
one. Yeah, you know what though? Texas Tech would never do anything that shady.
Yeah,
can't you just count on Texas Tech to do the right thing, the morally right thing? I'm joking.
Yeah,
of course
they would never.
Count on Texas
You want to
Tech
talk
to
about
do that.
morally bankrupt individuals?
Yeah. Well, anybody in college football. You brought this whole thing up correctly last week when we were being critical of Texas.
I think I got.
I haven't seen this anywhere.
So everyone just forget what I just told you.
We already did. But what I do want to say is that, you said this last week correctly. Everybody's ripping on Texas Tech for being the one that we're going to take this Sorsby and the whole thing and go against what everybody wanted. So everyone was jumping out of their seats to criticize them. But the bottom line is y'all know at Alabama and y'all know at Georgia and y'all know at Michigan or Ohio State or anywhere else, you would have done the same damn thing.
1,000%.
Every single one of them would have done the same damn thing. So
it's so funny.
Let's be fair.
Teams are like, "Oh, you are morally wrong."
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but you are definitely also morally wrong.
That's why I can't listen to Nick Saban be critical of everybody. I mean, the guy probably cheated more than any other coach in the history of the sport. And he was also morally wrong than almost every coach in the history of the sport. Ask LSU, ask the Dolphins, and ask everybody else he left hanging in the balance.
Poor Dolphins.
I hate Nick Saban. He ruined our lives. All right, Big Five. Tony's back. And some fun topics to kick around, including whether or not golf fans, should you be allowed to boo, as long as you keep it somewhat under control.
Booing,
respectfully boo.
Yeah.
We'll discuss that and other topics in the Big Five next. All right, Gwynn and Chris continues here. Gwynn rejoins the program here. We got our big five. Coming up here, when is the NBA draft? Is it tomorrow or am I off?
I don't know, but
it is.
They've been talking about it a ton.
Yeah, it is tomorrow. It starts tomorrow. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'll be wrong, and if I am, so be it. Whoever takes that Peterson from Kansas is going to be sorry they did. I don't feel it. I don't feel it with a guy that just, I know he now is saying that he had cramping issues. He didn't say anything about that last year when he just didn't feel like ever playing. That's not the guy I want.
I guess the answer lies with the Kansas medical staff. And when they ask him, did he have cramping?
I don't know. Bill Self couldn't seem to ever figure out when he was going to play or why he wasn't playing. And if Bill Self didn't know, he's got skill, he's got talent, but so does every other player in the NBA.
Yeah. So
we'll see what happens. The draft is tomorrow. We'll take a moment now, though, to get into the big five stuff of sports.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
Chris and I back here in the Bill House Studios where we know how. Tony Gwynn Jr. back at Petco Park. The Padres are finally home after that long road trip. And we're going to start with something I think was a good story of the road trip.
Number 5.
And that's going to be Samad Taylor. Samad Taylor has put himself in the mix of everything. He's on base a ton. He seems like he's scoring a ton of runs. He's making good defensive plays. So, Chris, my question for you, is this Samad Taylor's job to lose, or do you think the Padres still need to trade to upgrade?
Well, I think Samad Taylor deserves to play and keep playing. That said, we've talked about this, and we've talked about it for a month or two, because I think Tony was the first to recognize that this is going to be an issue. When they get to the trade deadline, and if they still believe that, they are going to make a push, and let's just, we've talked about it already, they got to at least maintain where they are to stay, making a push. And if they need offense, the question is, who are you going to trade for in the sense of who you taking out? Because if you trade for an everyday bat, we've already discussed this. They're not going to take out any of the guys that are struggling.
Mm-hmm.
Manny's not going to come out of the lineup. Jackson Merrill is not coming out of the lineup. Xander Bogaerts is not coming out of the lineup. So if you trade for somebody, it's going to have to be somebody like Samad Taylor who goes to the bench to make room for them. And so that is kind of the conundrum that I think they face. Unless they're able to, find themselves a 35 home run hitting catcher, I think nobody would have
Shea Langoliers.
Right. Yeah. If the A's are willing to part with him, but that's the issue, I think, for AJ Preller, and he's got to kind of negotiate that.
Tony, do you think this is Samad Taylor's job to lose, or do you think the Padres still need to trade and upgrade?
Both. I think this is his job to, I wouldn't say lose, but he's going to keep playing as long as he's playing well. They're going to find a spot for him. That's the beauty about Samad, is he can play outfield, he can play the infield. So they'll find a spot to keep him in. But they're also going to need to upgrade, and I think that becomes less of an issue, right? If ideally, if you're just looking at it, right, Padres don't have a ton of prospects. They'll have some guys that they'll be able to move if they want to, but my guess is they don't necessarily want to go that route. So you want to be able to take on money. That's gonna, we'll see how that kind of plays out as the new ownership settles in. But I do think that once you go out and acquire, who are we talking about in terms of trades? I mean, who has a big contract that could move, that you'd be taking on, which would lessen the amount of prospects that you got to give up? You're talking guys like, I don't know, Giants suck right now, so we'll say Devers or
Yeah.
somebody who's
Chapman.
already signed up, Chapman or a Trout, somebody in that realm that you're thinking. So yeah, of course, if you get some of those guys like that, someone's going to the bench. That's just kind of how it goes. And but yeah, no, I think it's both. Samad's gonna get to keep playing as long as he's playing well. He's doing a great job. But the Padres, if they make a move, they'll adjust.
Number 4.
The Boston Celtics are reportedly pursuing a trade from Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo, signaling a likely move
Nice
away
job.
from guard. This is all AI written, and I'm realizing it as I'm writing it because it was really long, the thing I put in, and sometimes Google lets me shorten it. So this is AI shortened. They're gonna probably.
I was just talking about the Antetokounmpo.
Thank
part.
you,
Yeah,
thank you. I
nailed that.
admitted way
Good
too
job.
much.
Yeah, you bobbled there in the middle, but I
Yes,
think you made it through.
Anyway, long story short, it looks like they're going to be moving away from Jaylen Brown. On First Take, ESPN's Brian Windhorst reported that Brown is ready to move on, viewing it as an opportunity to lead his own team away from Boston. Tony, can Jaylen Brown be the star of his own team?
Yeah, I think so. I think he kind of proved that this year. I mean, Tatum was not playing most of the year, and I mean, he was in an MVP conversation. So, yeah, I think he can indeed be that type of player. I just think, if you're the Celtics, I actually don't understand why Celtics are doing this. I mean, honestly, like you got to a title, you won a title with this group. I understand. Maybe is Brown going to get paid here again shortly? Is he coming up on? I thought he just signed a big deal. I'm not 100% sure why they're doing this. But if they're going to, I guess Giannis is a pretty good player to be bringing in. But I do think Jaylen Brown, I think he's proven this year that he can lead the team.
Chris, do you think Jaylen Brown can lead a team on his own?
Yeah, I do. But I don't know that, he's going to need some help. I mean, he didn't do it alone in Boston, to get them where they were before Jason Tatum came back. But he certainly can be the guy in Milwaukee. But I agree with Tony on the other side. To me, the Celtics are going for the shiny object here and not really thinking this through. Giannis Antetokounmpo, as good as he is when he's playing, is not always playing. And you better hope, if you're the Celtics, that he's healthy when it comes playoff time, because that's what you're really bringing him in for. I don't know. I think the Celtics feel like, Antetokounmpo's name will look better in the rafters up next to Larry Bird and, all those guys and John Havlicek than maybe Jaylen Brown's name will look, when it's all over. But I just think Jaylen Brown's almost as good of a player at this point in their career. So I don't know. I think this is a sideways move.
He's going into the third year of his 5-year deal.
Jaylen Brown is.
Yes.
So, I mean, the Bucks, I think this is a pretty fair trade. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Antetokounmpo better be healthy at the right time or the Celtics are going to lose this trade by a wide margin, I feel.
Man, the NBA players get paid so much money. He's getting paid $57 million this year. The last year of his contract, $65 million.
Yeah. Well, remember, there's
not
guaranteed.
All NBA, no, not all.
Yeah.
This is like the
top of the top, the creme de la creme.
Yeah. Right.
Creme.
Yeah.
De la
The
creme.
ones that are only the de la creme make like 3 or 4 or 5 million each.
Yes.
So they still do
just
pretty
the
well.
creme. I'm just. Are you saying the de la?
The de la creme make 5 million. They do pretty well still.
I'm kicking out those cobwebs still, guys, from the weekend.
Number 3.
A crazy feat happened over the weekend, though. Phillies star Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber combined for something that hasn't happened in a very, very long time. Kyle Schwarber hit 3 home runs in the game, including 2 in an 8-run third inning. And Bryce Harper hit for the cycle, I think, by the 5th inning. They are the second set of teammates with a cycle and 3 homers in the same game, joining Yankees legends Lou Gehrig, who had 4 homers, and Tony Lazzari, who had a cycle that day.
Tony.
Did it
OTL.
June 3rd, 1932. So, Chris, which is more impressive to you? Bryce Harper's cycle through 5 innings or Schwarber's 3 home runs with 2 in 1 inning?
Well, first of all, this is one of those really weird stats that doesn't really amount to a hill of beans. It just kind of
What are you
coincidentally.
talking about? Tony Lazzari lived his life saying this.
Remembering
stat.
that?
Yes.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt anybody even knew that was a thing until they,
They didn't have
looked
the
it up.
Elias
So,
Sportsbureau.com.
yeah, this is just one of those, it's a nice coincidence, but no, I think Schwarber's always more impressive. I just, the way this guy just locks in and hits home runs. I know he hit another one after the, Sunday. So he had 4, I think, this weekend. I think he's got a shot at 60. I've never seen even a McGuire on steroids and almost even Bonds. I don't know, maybe Bonds, but I mean, to just effortlessly, crush the ball into the stands the way Schwarber does. It is, to me, I really, enjoy watching it as long as it's not against my team. And usually it is because he's destroyed the Padres. But yeah, Bryce Harper's cycle was a good cycle. The one thing about his cycle, they tried to get the guy at the plate and really had no chance to get him there on the triple.
Yeah.
The guy from first base.
Yeah.
I think if they would have cut and thrown to third, they might have actually got Harper going into third and kind of negated the cycle. But I know the team wasn't thinking that. I guess it was the Mets. They're trying to get the run at the plate, so he was able to kind of get in behind that.
A Bryce Harper triple isn't often.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage in his career, I think they might have had him at third, but that's neither here nor there. You got a cycle. It's a great accomplishment for Bryce Harper, and Phillies seem to be back where they were.
All right, Tony, which is more impressive to you, Bryce Harper's cycle through 5 innings or Schwarber's 3 home runs with 2 in 1 inning?
A cycle in 5 innings is kind of wild. Like that's like every at bat you came up and you got exactly what you needed. Like, and that's pretty sweet. And then to get the triple, he got on the 4th one on the last AB. Or no, not the last, but the fifth inning AB.
Yes.
That's pretty impressive, man. I'm gonna give it to old Bryce on this one.
Schwarber, I believe, has 3 home run
I've
games
seen
now.
Schwarber do that a whole bunch of
Yeah,
times.
so maybe we're almost
He has
getting
4
bored with
3 home run games in his career.
Yeah, which is like as many as almost anybody.
He's got
recently.
2 this year, maybe.
Did he get a 4 home run game too?
I
don't remember if he had one of those, but
anyway,
he can crush.
Good thing the Padres don't have to play the Phillies until the playoffs, right?
Yeah,
right.
That's right.
We hope.
That's right.
Number 2.
U.S. Open fans openly rooted against Wyndham Clark yesterday, and several spectators were ejected early for heckling, including one for shouting, "Don't choke, Wyndham," and another yelling, "Get in the bunker." NBC confirmed multiple ejections as the crowd cheered for his mistakes, most notably sprinting to swarm his ball after a bad bunker shot. He appeared pretty mad with the hostile atmosphere, and even Scotty Scheffler commented on how tough New Yorkers can be to play in front of. Now, people are asking this question, and I should give some context. Wyndham Clark won the U.S. Open 2 years ago. Last year, he threw a bit of a fit in the locker room, and I didn't realize that he kicked down a couple 100-plus-year-old lockers, which is what people are mad at him about, even though he's apologized and donated money.
Yes, it's understandable that New Yorkers would be mad at somebody who has a temper. That makes perfect sense.
That's a good point, Chris.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, Tony, should you be ejected for cheering against a player respectfully?
In golf.
Yeah.
I don't know. I want to say yes right now because of the I don't even, what's the right word here? The amplified fan experience today is this getting at it? We're having this conversation literally in every sport now about fan behavior. Is it crossing the line? Technically, in our sport, no, that wouldn't be a bad deal. A fan respectfully talking crazy, but
I hope you ground out.
Yeah, Manny Machado wishes that was all he ever heard.
Please strike out.
Yeah,
if that is, but I don't think that's how it works in golf. I feel like that's not the norm there, and so it's just another escalation, I think is what the word I was looking for in terms of fan behavior. And I guess we have to adapt in some ways, right? Because we can't, I mean, I guess we could, but then it kind of takes away from the fan experience. So you kind of have to, I guess, adjust accordingly. I want to say yes, though, right now. You should be kicked out.
Okay. Chris, do you think you should be ejected for cheering against a player respectfully in golf?
Yeah, I think under the etiquette of golf, you should definitely be kicked out. I mean, you should almost be kicked out if you're a player and you walk in front of a guy's putt. I mean, etiquette is etiquette. However, maybe now that we're in 2026, it's time the etiquette changes a little bit. And these golfers are good enough to hit a shot with a little noise going on and somebody yelling at them and booing at them. These guys have
it's not Happy
so
Gilmore.
good. It is so quiet. It is so perfect for everything that they do. No, this is what they've grown up around. If you want to be that close to a professional golfer, act appropriately.
I'm surprised at this.
So.
I don't really have a problem with them respectfully cheering against him.
I mean, it was clearly getting out of hand enough for us to be having a conversation.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler was playing with him, and he said it was a little absurd.
I mean,
and
New Yorkers,
Scotty Scheffler,
every time they play a big tournament like a Ryder Cup or a major in New York, we always on Monday talk about how bad the New York fans were.
But yeah, that's not just New York people though. This isn't the first
constantly
golf
happens in the golf world.
I'm sure it constantly happens there, but I'm saying this isn't the first golf incident that we've had with fans being unruly at a tournament. Like it's not not just New York. I'm sure that they have a reputation for being a little harder than some, and I think they have that everywhere, though.
I think what Wyndham Clark has to do the next time he plays in New York is he has to make sure that Rory McIlroy is playing in the final group with him, and then everybody will cheer against Rory McIlroy instead of him.
How did Rory get part?
Because he's the poster boy for people yelling at him and complaining and whining about it. We hear it every time he plays.
What does everybody say when Manny goes up to bat on the road and everybody boos him? They only boo him because he's that good. So
yeah, fair enough. Wyndham Clark, look,
I don't have a problem with get in the bunker. I think that's kind of funny, actually.
Number one.
NASCAR San Diego, I think, was a success. I watched basically every race that they put on. I did see, though, people making angry posts about the traffic on the way out yesterday. One with the caption, quote, "I don't know who decided to have a large event with minimal exits." End quote. Someone replied, quote, "I don't know who decided to go to an event with minimal exits and complain about it." End quote. So, Chris, you're up first. Do you think NASCAR and San Diego provided enough notice about the expected traffic?
They clearly should be lambasted for this.
Oh, yes.
They should be lambasted for the design.
NASCAR?
Yeah, they should be lambasted for the
You've
design.
Gotta be joking.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
No, they should be
They
lambasted.
asked to come on our show so they could tell people.
Right. They should be lambasted for not building another bridge from Coronado to San Diego before they got here. What's the matter? You guys want to, have an event on Coronado? Build us another bridge.
It was insane seeing this picture of this guy like legitimately mad that there's a bunch of traffic.
Yeah, I don't know how you could go.
He decided to go too.
Yeah, I don't know how you could go to that event without expecting to sit in a bunch of traffic. And so, look,
that's hilarious.
And let's be honest, if that is the only negative, then this was a positive. It was an amazing weekend. Everyone loved it. NASCAR already said they want to come back. Who knows? And I think they're even talking about maybe July 4th weekend next time.
That would be awesome.
And so, look, I think they love
my
being
man's
here.
really gonna be pissed.
Yeah, right. Because July 4th on Coronado is already a disaster. You can't get there.
You might need to sleep in a tent the night before or something if that's the case.
Well, don't laugh. They have a parade on July 4th in Coronado every year. Something that my wife seems to think is something we need to go to. And
you should, Chris. I've heard it's great. You should definitely go to this parade.
It's not bad, except for what you just said is what people do. They actually stay overnight in Coronado and line the parade route so they're ready for it. And when you drive your car over there at 10 o'clock the next morning, there is not a parking place on the island, not one. So it's almost impossible to go to that event. But yeah, this was incredible, and I find it pretty funny that anyone could complain when they knew that it was going to be this way.
I was thinking about Don Ursillo a lot because Don was gone this entire time. He missed the entire NASCAR thing while he was on the road.
Thank God, because he would.
I could just imagine
he might have been on. He might have been him who left that. It might have been him who left that.
Tony, what do you think? Do you think they provided enough notice about heavy traffic?
Yeah, I mean, you know, us San Diego, we got to complain about something. Like, we can't just be happy and enjoy our NASCAR. We have to find something to be irritated about. And as my man said in the traffic, I don't know what the temperature was that day, but
it was probably a little warm because it's all concrete, but it wasn't like above 85 degrees.
Maybe the AC wasn't working in his car. He was hot and just bothered at that point. So
I can understand
that. But that's I feel like something would be wrong if there wasn't somebody complaining about traffic afterwards.
That's true. Be like, what's going on? No one's complaining. All right, that's it for the Big Five, and hopefully next year they take the race over the Coronado Bridge. I'm going to be petitioning for that. When we get back, we're going to get you set for this game tonight. Big game between the Padres and the Braves, and the game's not until 6 or 7:10 tonight. So stick with us. 97.3 The Fan.
Stay low. Hands on the heart. Stay low. Oh, you idiot. I tried. Typical tandem student right there.
I tried. I wrecked your
Or today. Welcome back into Gwynn and Chris. Crisello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Scraby. From the Odyssey Palace Studios. Happy Hour brought to you by GL Pools. They are the company trusted by thousands of San Diegans to keep their pools sparkling, swim ready, and expertly maintained. Call GL Pools now. Say radio for a free month of service. We got a lot of good stuff for you in the final hour of the show. Remember, Padre game starts a half hour later than normal, 7:10 tonight against the Braves. So we'll go till about 6 o'clock, and then Sam Levitt will check in here with the Padre pregame show. A couple of scores of interest. France 1, Iraq 0. They are just underway in the second half. You're saying, how is that possible since they started at 2 o'clock? Well, they had a 2 hour and 10 minute rain delay or weather delay, cleared the stadium there in Philadelphia. Back underway, Mbappe had scored in the first half. Messi had 2 earlier this morning as Argentina beat Austria 2-0, a game down in Dallas where I was this weekend. And coming up in this hour, I will share my final analysis on who shot and who killed and how it all went down surrounding the JFK conspiracy. Scraby's got some photos you're going to put up there when we talk about this. I had a really awesome time, and that was kind of why we went to Dallas in the first place, was to see the whole JFK and experience it, and it's something.
And the Padres being in town was a coincidence, right?
It really was. It turned out to be a coincidence. Went to the game Friday night. That didn't turn out too well, and apparently Dave Marcus is mad because I didn't try to break into the clubhouse or into the press box and say hello.
Yeah, they were like, "What?"
I apologize to
you. Were
Dave
all the way in
Marcus.
Texas at the game, and you didn't say hi to me.
Well, what would you have done?
I would
I'm
have just gone
curious.
to the window and been like, "Hey guys,"
gone up to the window,
and they'd be like, "Whoa, Scraby's here! Look at that! That's crazy!"
And then they would have stopped everything they did.
No, and then I would just walk away,
jump down, and said hello.
I try to sometimes when I'm in the press box and I see Tony, I try to like
get his attention.
Yeah, while he's calling.
Yeah, I'm sure he's pleased by that. knowing knowing my guy Tony gets in his game mode.
Yeah, I know.
He doesn't want to be disturbed. We do have a Padre lineup for you for tonight's game against the Atlanta Braves. Padres are going to field a lineup tonight. I think the most interesting thing here is who's batting last. So go ahead, Scrape.
Yes. Oh gosh, I wasn't ready for
this. You don't have it? I'll give it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Fernando's in right field again tonight, which means he won't hit as well.
Statistically,
that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Statistically, it's true. He's hit way better playing second base. Jackson Merrill's in center. Manny's at third. So you got the 3 most polarizing, whatever you want to call it, highest paid, guys who haven't lived it up to it.
Superstars. Jackson has put his average up to 216 now. So at least he's away from the 200 mark.
I get you. I get that. And I know Fernando, everyone loves him, 280 and the whole thing. And he had another hit yesterday. And he still got 2 home runs in his last 400 at bats. And I just can't fathom that. But I guess I have to. Gavin Sheets is batting cleanup today. DH. Ty France. The grand slam and home run. 2 home run game, lose the game.
Yeah, it's brutal.
That stunk. Ty France is batting 5th at first base. Xander's at short. Will Wagner, they have to build a lineup around him every night. He's been up for 12 games since they recalled him, and he started all but 1. I'm not seeing it, but somebody is. Will Wagner's 7 hits, 6 of which have been singles. I don't know why we have to build a lineup around him every night, but we do, and he's batting 7th at second base.
It is very strange. Just shows up on the scene 12 games ago and is like, like he's been in the lineup the entire year.
And again, I'm not trying to pick on him, but like Andujar sits out so that Wagner can play.
Yeah.
Sheet sits out so Wagner can play.
Yeah.
Sun Moon Song probably should sit out so Wagner can play.
He had a nice one yesterday.
1 hit. Great. Gonna have to be a little more than that. It bounced up against the fence. I was so excited for him. Rodolfo Duran is catching, batting 8th. And then I think the surprise, Samad Taylor is batting 9th in left field. Craig Stammen did explain that decision before the game. Do you want to hear his answer?
Craig, starting with a look at today's lineup, you have Samad Taylor batting ninth. Obviously, he's been one of your hotter hitters. What was the thinking behind that today?
Yeah, just trying to bounce him around a little bit, find out the best spot for him to impact the game the way he's been impacting it with the speed, bunting, stealing bags, stuff like that. I think maybe putting him, that second time around in front of Toddy. Toddy likes having someone in front of him that's got some speed. So see if that, jumpstarts the offense even more than what it already has been.
Staying on the offense, Fernando's been really good. Merrill's been really good the last week or so. Manny had the big day in that last series in Texas. How close do you feel like this offense is coming to putting together an extended stretch of really good play?
Yeah, I don't know, close or whatever. I think they're just trending in the right direction, and I think that's what we expected. And hopefully it's for an extended period of time. Like you said, it's not just for a couple games or a week or a game here and there, but kind of ride out the rest of the season would be really nice.
Well, I would love to see the offense get crazy and get rolling. By the way, guest appearance there by Sam Levitt on the question.
Had to keep him in there.
Very good. But here's the thing with the offense, and you tell me how much it's improved, because I know everybody keeps saying, I'm seeing signs. We had 9 runs here. We had 7 there. We had 5. Manny had a hit. Sun Moon Song got a double. I'm really getting excited about this offense. But how good has it been? And I'm just throwing this out there. You judge for yourself. Team batting average for right now for the season for the Padres is 220 for the season.
It's up.
And in June, it's 225.
Oh.
So the average has gone up, but,
I thought it was significant.
Not too significant. On base, 293 overall, 290 in the month of June. So the on base is actually down this month. Slugging, 364 overall, 366 this month, up a tick. OPS, 657 overall, 656 this month. So you say you're seeing signs, it's better, and you're happy, and the whole thing. The numbers don't necessarily support that it's getting a lot better. Sounds like it's staying about the same to me.
We're getting a lot of signs in innings, and then the rest of the game they can't hit. They go back to it. They get like 6 runs in an inning or 5 runs in an inning, and then they can't hit the rest of the game.
You're right. The game they got the 5 on Friday night against Jacob deGrom, the first grand slam he'd ever allowed, the whole thing. They got 2 base runners against them the rest of the time.
Yeah.
So they, and yesterday they had 6 hits in 1 inning. And what they get for the game? 8. So you're kind of right. But I'm just saying the overall numbers don't necessarily support the fact that the Padres are hitting a lot better. So I
can't say they're hitting better when they're not winning. And
that's true. They're not. They're still not winning. They are 10-19. Since I think it was May 28th when they beat the Dodgers 1-0. Not May 28th, because that'd only be a couple weeks ago. What was the day they beat the Dodgers 1-0?
Yeah, it was May 18th.
May 18th, yeah. And Duhar hit the home run. They won. Yep. They went into first place.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They were 29-18. They're 10-19 since then. That's the worst record in all of baseball. I don't think they're the worst team in all of baseball, but they've been playing like it for a while now. Braves are not going to make it any easier tonight as they come roaring in here.
I guess the one thing about the Braves that we could be a little bit excited about is that the Giants beat them up a little bit. So
they came right back, though, and beat the Brewers 2 out of 3 this weekend.
Oh.
There is no Ronald Acuna.
Oh.
He's hurt. That should be somewhat helpful.
Yes, it will.
One other thing I wanted to point out about the pitching, how bad it's been for the Padres. The Rangers were fielding like a minor league lineup Friday night. Most of those guys had just been called up. As a matter of fact, Elias Diaz was in that lineup.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he was still in baseball.
I didn't either.
I think Fernando came up to lead off the game and looked up and gave him a hug and said, "What are you doing here?" Like he was shocked. Anyway, the Rangers didn't seem to mind. They had guys from the minor leagues who were hitting shots all over the ballpark.
Yeah, that's why, like, when they face a great pitcher, I'm nervous. When they face a bad or a unknown pitcher, I'm also more nervous.
38 times in 76 games, exactly half. The Padres have had a A quality start pitched against them. That's the most in baseball. How can they keep going? They're 39 and 37. There's a little part of me that's worried now that they're not going to make it till late July and still be, where they need to be to even make a move that's going to matter. I don't know that AJ can really wait much longer.
I'm starting to join you a little bit on this.
I don't want to go there, Scraby. But
I don't either.
You're playing the Braves and Dodgers this week. You could conceivably end this week at 500 or worse.
That's the one thing I'll say they've been good at is they have staved off 500.
Barely. They're 2 games over right now. That's all. France just scored again. I don't know if it was Mbappe again.
It was, but it was so
even I could have scored that one. They had the goalie out of position, and
Iraq passed the ball to the goalie,
right?
And the goalie missed the ball, and Mbappe just kicked it.
It rolled into I think I would have scored that one.
Yeah.
He was alone in front of the goal and put it in. 2-0 France.
It's getting worse for Iraq.
Yeah, it looks like they're toying with them. 3-0 Oklahoma over North Carolina for the World Series, and the JFK conspiracy coming up. But before that, we got some Padre pen pals to answer. You got questions? Tony and I have answers next. Tony, you care to,
Tony, I don't know where Tony went.
Because Tony,
I see the corner of his room.
Oh, well, hopefully he'll be back shortly. Harbaugh.
I'm not sure where he went. I might text him to see if he's okay here in a second.
Hope he didn't. Yeah.
Did you think he fell in the shower?
Well, I hope he didn't meet with foul play.
You think he met with foul play in our commercial break?
I don't know.
I mean, he is in New York City. So.
He's in New York City. It could be, you never know.
All right, we'll just go forward.
We're just going to go forward without Tony. I'm sure he'll rejoin us when he gets a moment.
Everybody stare at that box in the top right corner because it's just the corner of his room.
I'm going to look now. I'm kind of intrigued.
Oh, someone says maybe he's in the bathroom. I don't know.
He's been known to go there. As have all of us, frankly, but him more than most.
Over under, Tony just forgot that he was doing the show.
That's not nice. Yeah, so maybe that's what they're thinking.
You know what just hit me, Chris?
No.
What if Tony went out to get like ice or something and he forgot his room key?
That is something that he is more than capable of doing.
Because he would never be gone this late, this long, with knowing that he was on the show.
No kidding, man. We took a commercial break like 5 minutes ago, and he has not returned.
I'm going to text him.
Like, are you out in the hall trying to get into your room right now?
Everything okay?
Oh, no.
Question mark.
Scaring me. No. Did you hear back from Tony yet?
No, I'm thinking
something.
I'm thinking he locked himself out. He doesn't have his phone because it's in the room, so he's down at the front desk or something. I
don't know. I'm sure there's a story in here somewhere.
There's definitely got to be a story. Anyway. I was very concerned about Tony, and I took him off the screen because he's not back. I guarantee you he got locked out of his room.
I don't think you're wrong because that makes sense. But how far away is the lobby? Of course, the New York hotel, it could be one of those ones where you got to wait a while to get up to the...
And he's just sitting in line. I don't know why I find this so funny, but it is.
Well, it's funny if he comes back with a funny story.
Yeah, like I locked myself out.
It's not funny if he fell and hit his head somewhere and we don't know where he is. That's not funny.
Of course, that's not funny.
He's obviously not with his phone because he hasn't gotten back to us.
Has Tony locked himself out before? Not during the show, but I'm sure he has at one point in his life.
Of all people, Tony would certainly seem to be one who would do it.
Oh, August also says, Clinton said, got to use the key card for the elevator too. So maybe he's just stuck.
You can't even get down? No, you don't need the key card to go down.
Okay.
You only need those to go up. You should be able to get down to the lobby to say, hey, I locked myself out. In New York City. But if we do, can you go to the Padre Hotel and knock on Tony's door? We don't know where he is still.
No.
Still hasn't come back.
And I turned on
It's been 20 minutes now.
I know. Now I'm starting to get a little worried.
Yeah. Where'd he go? What
What
happened?
I don't know. I would call the front desk of the hotel, but I have no idea where they're staying.
I don't know where they're staying either. And when you sent him a text and said, is everything all right? We have not heard back from him. He is still not back in his room.
I bet you he is standing in line in the lobby as we speak.
I'm trying to get his key back.
Someone said text Jesse or Dave, and
it's really not a bad idea. Maybe at the next break, though.
Yes.
If we get to the next break, we got to text those guys so that they can go make sure he's okay. Because I don't know where he is. It's crazy.
Dave Marcus is probably the one to text.
We'll text Dave.
Because he's, Jesse could be doing anything, but Dave's always there ready to go.
You're trying to say Dave has a ho-hum life and he'd just be sitting around waiting for a text, whereas Jesse might be busy? Is that what you're...
Dave's been doing this job for like 30 years. I don't think the what is the word I'm looking for? Never mind.
All right. Well, there's certainly an explanation, but we don't have it yet.
Text Scan. I don't know Scan well enough to text him.
We're going to text Dave if this gets to the top of the hour, and we still don't have a Tony Gwynn Jr. sighting. All right, do we just go to traffic like it's normal behavior time? I mean, it just seems weird.
We got to move on with the show.
Show must go on?
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, we're going to do the good, the bad, and the really, really weird and ugly next here after traffic. All right, it's with less enthusiasm than usual that we embark on the good, the bad, and the ugly for week 2, Scrape.
I'm going to try not to worry too much.
I'm going to try not to worry also. I'm not necessarily the worrying type.
I'm not either.
But, I'm intrigued now at this point. Like it's with this long pass to Devontae Smith.
He's back!
Helped put him there.
Hold on, he's back, everybody!
Stop everything.
I literally, we went to commercial break. I laid on the bed, and then I just fell asleep.
I never even considered it.
Tony, you care to...
Tony, I don't know where Tony went.
Because Tony...
I see the corner of his room.
Oh, well, hopefully he'll be back shortly. Harbaugh...
I'm not sure where he went. I might text him to see if he's okay here in a second.
Hope he didn't, yeah.
Did you think he fell in the shower or something?
I hope he didn't meet with foul play.
You think he met with foul play in our commercial break?
I don't know.
I mean, he is in New York City. So.
He's in New York City. Are starting to sound off. And that's why Scraby has put together a segment called Padres Pen Pals so that you can blast off some questions and Tony and I can try to answer them. It's Gwynn and Chris, and brace yourselves. Here we go.
It's time to ask the experts, Padres fans.
I was hoping maybe you can bring a little insight into it.
Write us, tweet us, Facebook us, send a carrier pigeon for Chris. He thinks they're cute. Padres Pen Pals begins.
Hurt the pelota big time.
Now on 97.3 The Fan.
And I got to say, guys, we have some angry pen pals this week. We're going to, start progressively from the least angry to the most angry. So let's just get right into it. And we'll start with this one. I have been very patient with this team, and I will still be patient with this team. But I am starting to turn to negative thoughts more than positive thoughts. There's still so much season to go, but there is no indication at all this team is going to realize its potential. I am giving them till the All-Star break before I start dooming. Tony, do you think this team is better or worse at the All-Star break?
I think it'll be about the same, quite frankly. I do. I think it'll be. I mean, I think there's a better chance that they get on a little bit of a run, more than there's a chance that they spiral the other way.
Yeah.
I think most likely it's going to be a lot of the same, and then until Manny is back to being himself, I don't think. Yeah, I just leave it at that. Yes, I think they ultimately kind of stay where they are.
Chris, do you think this team is going to be better or worse at the All-Star break?
Well, it depends what you are comparing it to. I'm going to say they're going to be a little better, at least, than the 10-19 that we've seen over the last month plus. That 10-19. That 10-19 is
I'm just saying from the overall standpoint to clarify my position.
Exactly. That 10-19 is the worst record in baseball since then. I don't think they're the worst record team in baseball. But yeah, we talked about it, I think, before they went to Texas. I believe this is the team we have until AJ comes on his white horse and saves the day. And the starting pitching it got to get healthy sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they're going to be scuffling their way. The one thing that I'm trying to lean on a little bit is that really good team they had in 2022, I believe it was 2022, was 50-50. Remember, after 100 games, they lost their first game after the All-Star break, I think 10-0 in Cleveland or something. They fell to 50-50. And there was plenty of time from there to go on a really great run and finish out the season and, end up, doing awfully well, beating the Dodgers in the playoffs. So the point being, the All-Star break isn't the end all, and 39-37 isn't the end all. There is a lot of season left, but I think AJ is going to have to do something.
All right, next one. It gets progressively angry. Remember that?
Yeah, that was okay. That was
tame. They said that they're going to give it till the All-Star break before they start.
That's normal, right?
Yeah,
there.
I'm a little worried about where we're going from here.
And I like to read these things like I imagine them writing it. I don't understand why certain guys don't challenge certain pitches. Do these guys not realize they can actually turn their at-bat around? Why won't they challenge? It drives me nuts when they challenge the wrong pitch, and it drives me nuts when they don't challenge a pitch. Why won't these guys challenge? That's the post. I looked it up. The Padres are 27th in number of challenges. Jackson Merrill's challenged once and he won. Fernando challenged once and he lost. Ty Francis challenged once and he lost. Manny's challenged a handful of times, but the batter challenge success rate for the Padres is 45.3%. With that in mind, Tony, why won't these guys challenge?
First, that's not right, because Ty France challenged one and then we turned around and won a game. So
let me go back to the website. Tap.
That was just one. But here's the deal. That is certainly something that is not going unnoticed in terms of the challenges. And it is on the players. Ultimately, this isn't. They haven't been told not to challenge. If anything, they've been encouraged to challenge. But they just seem a little gun shy. I don't know, and I don't know what the I guess mental deal with it is, right? Like the embarrassment of being wrong. I don't know what it is, but there's no doubt that these guys are a little gun shy. We probably, I would guess, lead the league in challenge taken home than any team in Major League Baseball. We walk away consistently
that's a good
with
stat.
With at least one in our pocket, a lot of times two in our pocket.
Yeah.
Didn't even use one.
CL challenges left.
Listen, I agree with this.
I'm looking at Ty France. It says one attempt, did not win.
I'm
Chris?
sure that's wrong, but go ahead.
I mean, this isn't the official. This is a very trustworthy site, but it could be wrong.
Yeah.
It could be wrong. I'm not saying it's not.
All right. Well, I disagree with this.
Okay.
But where I will agree with it is that if you do the challenge system correctly, which to me is not waste any in the first 5 or 6 innings, unless you win and you win like 90% of the time, then you use them wisely the last 2 or 3 innings when it really matters. And so I don't know if the Padres are doing that. I saw Freddie Fermin cost us, challenge after challenge after challenge the first couple months of the season, missing on calls behind the plate. I think it's a lot more difficult than we think it is to sit there and see a ball coming in at 98 miles an hour and decide whether the ump was right or not.
We don't in like a second and a half.
Yeah, Fernando doesn't get to look at the pitch from center field in the box,
No.
right? That's on the screen. He's got to decide. And I think that, I think it's Samad Taylor, for example, took their second challenge in the 5th inning of a game a couple of weeks ago on a pitch that he knew was strike 3, even walked to the dugout while he was challenging it. That to me is selfish. That's hurting the ball club. Huh?
What are you disagreeing with?
Well, I'm disagreeing with risking it in just any old at bat in the 4th or 5th inning. If the bases are loaded, and they're, 2 outs or 1 out, and this is a huge situation, and you can get the count in your favor, then I say risk it.
So you don't think with 1 out in the bottom of the third
He was the writer. The pen pal was just, what was his question?
He's mad that we don't challenge enough. He
Yeah,
wants a
why won't they
challenge. I'm saying the rate of success for a hitter is 45%.
So
that's why they're not challenging. It's not that easy.
To be fair, I think a lot of things in baseball, like we think are easy, and they're not.
I can't imagine it's that easy.
I watched Sal Stewart come in here and challenge every single one from the first inning, and like no hesitation, and he got every one of them right.
Yeah.
And he's been in the league all of 6 months. So I don't know that I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm certainly saying what good does 2 challenges do you in your pocket going home?
They do
like,
you
didn't
I agree with that, but they do you a lot of good if you go into the 7th or 8th inning and have a chance to use one at a key moment.
Yeah.
And when you have 0, I think you're at a
That's
disadvantage.
But that's my point. There has been maybe 3 games all season where we had 0 challenges in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. So that's clearly not the issue. We've had a ton of games in the 7th, 8th, and 9th where there weren't challenges. We had them, didn't use them, and they could have changed, especially on this last road trip. That could have changed the course of an at-bat. So, listen, I'm not sitting here saying that it's easy, but I am saying that they got to use them, especially in the times that are available in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning.
It's kind of like in the NFL with timeouts.
And just according to this, I looked up, AI looked it up for me quickly. Sal Stewart has challenged 30 times this year, Tony. He's been successful 20.
Wow.
So 67%, but that's not as good
above
as
the
we
league
think
average.
it is. Oh, it's way above
That's
the league
better
average.
than the catchers. That's better than everybody in the league.
It's really good, but it's not a guaranteed thing. That's I think some of the hesitation.
I've also said that Sal Stewart is ruining ABS in the game because his at-bats take forever and they're disjointed, and it's like, oh, now we got to go back to the board because Sal Stewart's not happy with the call. Okay, last one, guys. And this one's very angry. Is this team serious with the roster they have right now? Everyone talks about the almighty AJ Preller, but it seems like he's brought in a lot of high-priced cars with bad engines, and now they're stuck with them. When is it time to move on from AJ? Please, someone, anyone, realize this team's window is being wasted. Tony. Will you co-sign on AJ being fired?
I didn't see a question in there anywhere, Tony, so you don't have to
okay,
answer.
I guess I'll add one. Should AJ be fired?
Should AJ be
Is
fired?
AJ the reason this team is being held back?
Of course he is.
No. This team, you could honestly say the team is held back because he had his hands tied during the offseason this past year. And so he brought in whatever he could bring in to kind of supplement this team.
Yeah.
And so that's what I would say.
Chris?
Well, I think it's it's something that I'll try to answer somewhat fairly rather than emotionally. I'll do my best. And if he's talking about the fact that the Padres have a bunch of contracts that they can't really move on from, a la Manny, a la Bogarts, a la, Merrill, I guess it's early, but Cronenworth I put in there a little bit, and Fernando, right? So those 5 guys plus a couple of the pitchers that are making a bunch of money. I can understand the fans being frustrated by some of those and saying we're not getting the bang for our buck, but they must understand that in order for a smaller market team to compete with the bigger markets, the way baseball is set up, the smaller market team has to be willing to offer a contract of that kind in order to draw players of that ilk. Because if they don't offer it, another team will. Manny Machado was not going to sign somewhere unless he got what the Padres gave him.
Yeah, exactly.
And he just would have gone to another team if the Padres didn't do it.
Probably becomes a Philly.
To me, I believe they did what they had to do in order to get those players in place. The fact that a lot of them are not performing, can't blame that on AJ. I don't. They're not performing up to what you expect. And just to back up AJ a little bit more, Tony's right. His hands were tied in the offseason, and yet almost every single little tiny move that he made, Ty France, Gavin Sheets 2 years ago, now Samad Taylor and Duhar, frankly, almost every one of these guys has kind of come through the way you hope they would.
Bueller?
Walker Bueller.
Pavetta
Yeah.
last year?
Well, I mean, to me, the ones that AJ had a hand on in the offseason have actually come through. It's the long-term contract guys that haven't.
Yeah. Well, that was not as angry. You know, I didn't feel as angry when I was reading it, but
I felt like we handled that okay.
If you need to be angry, you can hit me up in my DMs at Matt Scravy. All right, when we get back, we have one more segment to the show. Game starts at 7:10. Sammy Lev, 6:10. We're on it till 6:05. Chris, you're going to be able to hang out with me for another half hour?
Getting a little sleepy.
Okay, well, wake him up when we get back. And I don't really know why I'm playing the end of the show music, guys.
All right, so here's what happened. I was at the corner, and I'm going to call out the streets because who cares? It was Claremont Mesa Drive and Ruffin Road, which is pretty close to our radio station here.
Yep.
I had to run over and pick up a little cash from the bank. That was simple, trip before I came into work. And I'm on Ruffin Road, coming up to Claremont Mesa Boulevard.
Ruffin Road can be a little rough sometimes.
They could pave that.
It
wouldn't hurt.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. They can't call it paved road. I know that.
Wait, your issue isn't the potholes in the road?
That was I'm used to that. So we come up on Claremont Mesa, and we're at the stoplight. I'm in the left-hand turn lane to turn left on Claremont Mesa. I'm the third car back. And there's 2 left turn lanes. There's 3 cars in line here. And then the going straight is also red. And that is backed up each of the lanes. So that I've got cars on my right. I've got cars on my left. I got 2 in front of me. I got people behind me. No big deal. Light cycles through. And our turn doesn't come.
Oh, no.
So the cross traffic gets to go again. And then the people coming across in our direction, they get to go again. And then for a second time, they skip our turn. Well, that's what I thought. So now...
Actually, you're not going anywhere. You're stuck.
Right, you're stuck.
You're not going anywhere.
And my first thought, of course, as a good scout or, athlete, is to look around. Is there any way out? Can I back up? Can I, I'll do anything. But there is nowhere for me to go.
No.
It happens a third time.
Whoa.
And I'm pretty clear at this point, this light's broken. And I'm starting to think, how are we going to get out of this? Am I going to have to call, the police to come and fix it? No one's going to know it's broken.
911 emergency response.
Yeah.
Emergency. Ruffin Road in Claremont. The light is stuck.
The light is stuck. And so this is 5 minutes probably, but you can imagine 5 minutes.
No,
that's a long time, right?
Time.
Well, when it comes to the 4th time, I finally start just leaning on my horn.
Oh.
I'm trying to get...
What are the people in front of you going to do?
Well, because there was a moment, right, after the traffic comes this way, it paused.
You want them to run the light.
You could at least a couple people could run the light. We could get this going here.
You want them to run the light.
I did.
Break the law.
Well, they had to. Otherwise, we'd still be there. Anyway, so this is going on. So I'm starting leaning on my horn. The lady next to me looks at me like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Good for her. Good for her.
And good for her.
Kidding.
I'm like, ma'am,
kidding.
are you just clueless? Were you going to sit here the rest of your life?
She has faith that the light's going to turn eventually.
Evidently so. If it had gone again, the guy next to me on this side rolled down his passenger window. That starts to go down. I think he's going to be mad. And he's like, what? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure the light's broken. Like, how do you not know this? We've all been sitting here for 6-7 minutes now. The 2 cars at the very front of the left turn lane are not budging. So they apparently are content to sit there for as long as it need be.
They also have faith that the light is going to turn.
But I have no faith.
What gives them that faith?
Yeah, but what gave them the faith? I mean, it had cycled through 4 times now. The 5th time, I was going to just have to get out of my car and walk up to that and go, will you please do something? Or get, and if you don't, and I would have,
something.
You know what I would have said? If you don't want to run the light, just get out of my way so I can run the light. I'm not sitting here the rest of the day. And finally, on the fifth time, the first two people ran the light, and the next person was able to get half. You know what I mean? And after a couple more cycles through, I got out of there. But I don't know
if the light ever start working.
I don't know if you're at Claremont Mason Ruffin Road, you might still be there. I don't know. This was 45 minutes ago or so.
Wow.
So my question to you is, how differently would you have handled this than I did? And I'll start with you, Tony. Would there have been any difference, or do you know?
I don't know if I would have laid on my horn.
You would have just never laid on it.
I think I might have maybe rolled down the window, see if I could talk to somebody, see what else.
See if anybody else was in on it?
I don't think I would have laid on my horn because, listen, what you're asking is for them to, which may not be easy for everybody, and that is the timing between when because they're waiting for their light to turn.
Yes,
right?
they were waiting for
the light's not going to turn. But that also then requires them to guess the exact kind of when the timing of when they can go. And
you know what? Figure it out.
I think a lot of people wouldn't be comfortable with
running the light, even under these circumstances. Well, I think
not when there's other cars that could actually hit them.
Okay, I think you're right, and the reason I think you're right is because of the 40 to 50 cars that were now piled up in my area behind me and around me. I was the only one honking.
Right, and
then nobody else thought to do this. All right, so here's what happened. I was at the corner, and I'm going to call out the streets because who cares? It was Claremont Mesa Drive and Ruffin Road, which is pretty close to our radio station here.
Yep.
I had to run over and pick up a little cash from the bank. That was simple, trip before I came into work. And I'm on Ruffin Road, coming up to Claremont Mesa Boulevard.
Ruffin Road can be a little rough sometimes.
They could pave that.
It wouldn't hurt sometimes.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. They can't call it paved road. I know that. They can. Ahead of Padres pregame, Crisello, Scraby, and the Odyssey Palace Studios here. Tony Gwynn Jr. down at Petco. He and Jesse have the call. Shortly after 7 o'clock tonight, Sam Levitt, 6:05. 6:10 for the pregame for Sammy. All right. France 3, Iraq nothing. This has never been much of a match. Mbappe scored the first 2 for the French team. Oklahoma leads North Carolina 3-1, fourth inning in the deciding game of the College World Series. Scraby's over there, and I was in Dallas this weekend.
Yes, you were.
The idea that we went was to solve the JFK conspiracy.
I did know that.
That was why we went. Interestingly, that the Padres happened to be there, so we went to a game as well. But we went down to go see the JFK and take the tour and get, knee deep in being a tourist. And I got to tell you something, Scraby. I think most people are pretty aware of the JFK thing, but I think it's starting. I'm just saying it's starting to dwindle. The interest of it. I think it's dwindling compared to my generation. Anybody born in the '60s.
I mean, we are getting
through the
to
'70s,
60 years away.
Yes,
from
right.
it.
It's been so long now that I think there's probably a younger generation of people who, they heard a little bit about it, but they really haven't delved into it. And to understand why is this such a crazy thing all these years later. And really the main reason is that we just can't wrap our minds around the fact that one guy kind of just out of nowhere decided to climb up into a building one day and kill the president of the United States and assassinate him. And then he was shot by an angry supporter of the president.
Oh, God, Jack Ruby?
Right. So Jack Ruby killed Oswald. Oswald died, and the whole thing's over.
Yeah, they never got any information.
So
really
we
out
never
of
heard
Oswald.
anything, and it's so hard for all of us to say, well, really? Oswald, just really one guy did that? And so out of it has been, 60 years worth of conspiracies. And I got to tell you, Scraby, I believed almost every one of those conspiracies from the mafia, which JFK, was going after, to the CIA and to the Russians and the Cubans and the Castros. And there's a lot of different things. You'd have to go back in history.
And the people in the country that didn't like him.
Yeah. So there was a lot of people that it could have been. And so many people have said that there had to be more than one shooter. And, the way of the grassy knoll, there had to be somebody
someone's
standing
asking
back
about
there.
the grassy knoll. Did you head over there?
Of course. Yeah, we stood on the grass. I mean, this tour is incredible, man. You walk right down on Elm Street where the actual shots were fired. There's an X in the middle of the street.
That is crazy.
And it's still there.
I'm going to put it on. I'm going to put your view of being in the street up on our stream. YouTube search at Gwynn
So,
Chris
I
ST.
went out in the middle of the street. Scraby's like, where's the traffic? I go, well, stopped at the traffic light so you can run out there and everybody takes a picture. But yeah, the grassy knoll. So we did the whole thing. And I got to tell you, I went into it hoping to get some explanation and some more knowledge onto who was behind the whole killing of JFK. And who else worked with Oswald to help assassinate our president? And when I got done, and Lori will agree with you or agree with me, when I got done after 3 hours, and I got to tell you, this guy was the best tour guide I've ever seen.
When you get a tour, you have to have a guy.
You have to have the best guy
who treats it like it's his first and only tour.
He was the best guy you've ever seen. He knew more about this. He's been doing these tours for years and years and years. And I don't have time to go into all of it, but I'm going to just tell you right now, Oswald was the only shooter. There's just no other realistic thing that makes sense. He was the only one who shot the president. So my bottom line is it a lone gunman? Yes. But did he act alone? I still think that is always going to be up for debate. Whether somebody put him up to it, somebody was behind it.
I think the Russians did.
Okay, well, you go back and figure it all out on your own.
There's
too many different possibilities.
Lived in Russia. I thought he was a communist.
He had gone to Russia. It's very confusing. I'll be honest with you. It really is. It would take too long to go through all of it here.
Like his life is confusing.
Right. If you're interested, read up on it. It's one of the most incredibly crazy moments in history that we've ever had. And I think that's why it's still important, even 60 years later, because it changed the world as we know it.
I also think it's something that's crazy for us because we saw it. I mean, there's video.
It was on well, there is video of it. There wasn't supposed to be.
No, there's a Zapruder film.
Yeah, I stood where he stood. Like, that was cool. And, you go down there and you see it all. But if you stood where Zapruder stood, which we did the other day, if there was shots from the grassy knoll, Zapruder would have been knocked down by the force of those shots. He's right there. And it is so small, the area, once you get there.
Yeah, I bet.
You see that, as good of a shot as it might have been, Oswald could have just, from where he was, he could have got him, and he did. Anyway, that's my synopsis of it. If you ever go down to Dallas, I think it's worth your time. Take a JFK tour, learn more about it. You want to read up on it. There's all kinds of documentaries. And if you watch 2 documentaries, you'll think one thing after one documentary. You'll think something completely different after you see the next documentary. Because there's so many different ways of looking at this.
Cole says the driver shot him, but I think it was the Secret Service agent behind him.
There's so many different possibilities. I'm not going to go into all of them. I'm going to tell you, though, with a little bit more knowledge than I had Friday, it's pretty unlikely that anyone other than Oswald shot him. Whether or not he worked alone, that I can't. I must say the very good chance that there was somebody behind him or with him or encouraging him or paying him or whatever. But I'm pretty sure he's the only guy. And we really looked into it. We went into it 3 hours. I was asked, you've never seen me ask more questions to a tour guide than I did.
And he had good answers.
Oh, he was on it. And he loved it. And everyone in our group, they were all asking the same question. People were really, they weren't dumb stuff. People were very knowledgeable about it.
I'm going to have to ask my nieces. I'm going to see them next week. I'm going to have to ask you if they know who JFK is.
How old are they? 9, 10?
11 and 9.
Yeah, they probably know that, but
I don't know.
Maybe, I could get into it with some of the women on the basketball team in their 20s. Maybe they've heard about the shooting and that it was a big deal, but I doubt too many people have taken time to really delve into why it's an important moment in our history.
Even if we ever did get the God's honest truth, we wouldn't believe it. we would probably say someone's lying.
One of the other things that keeps it going is, Trump said he's going to release all the JFK files, and then he
kind of has, but he doesn't.
Kind of has, but he kind of hasn't.
Like, we don't get the actual files,
right? So that keeps us guessing.
And same with the UFO stuff. They keep telling me that they're gonna prove the aliens are real, and then they never do.
Yeah, just do it. I mean, if you have the whole explanation, the JFK thing, get it to us, and then we'll stop worrying about it.
I agree.
So that goes on and on and on and on and on. All right.
We ready for our guy?
Yes.
Mr. Buster Olney.
Let's do that. We talked to him earlier about the Padres and the trade deadline and the behavior of Rafael Devers, a player that could end up being a Padre.
Oh, man.
God.
And then the first base umpire who's watching all this is like, well, what are you going to do? And he's looking at Vitello. And Vitello's like, Tony Vitello, the rookie manager of the Giants. And Vitello's like, no, we're putting a pinch runner in. Devers storms off the field, yelling into his helmet. He gets into the dugout. Jace Tingler, who you guys know, reaches out to give the coach's pat on the back, way to get on base. And, we love you, Raffy, that thing. And Devers dodges him like he's got, I heard someone said on a radio today, like he's got cooties. Right. and then he goes in and storms into the clubhouse as the Giants are trying to tie the game. After the game, Vitello addressed it. He protected Devers, and the reporters go to Devers, and he wouldn't talk about it, refused to talk to reporters. And I'm like, first off, we've all seen situations where pitchers, coming out of the game disagree with the decision. And you get the body language, the disagreements, et.cetera. And 95% of the time after the game, idiots like me will go up to the pitcher. Hey, it looked like you disagree with the decision. The pitcher goes, yeah, I did. But you know what? That's the manager. I got a little hot under the collar. We're moving forward. Right. That's what could have happened here. Instead, Devers, in the way that he handled it, turned it into a 1, 2, 3, 4 day story. And if I'm Buster Posey, who's head of baseball operations there, I'm calling him in today and ask him, are you going to listen to the manager? Because if you're not, we're suspending you. Because the guy has no trade value now. He's seriously underperformed, okay? And at the very least, you can use this situation to draw a line in the sand and begin to build a culture for a team that desperately needs some.
I like what you're saying, Buster. I like what you're selling, and I would buy it. The Giants do have the second worst record in all of baseball. And, this young manager's had it, it's been against him from the get-go. And in a lot of ways, he has kind of survived some of this stuff. And now Devers pulls this. But shouldn't in being a little critical of Buster Posey, should they have seen any of this coming? I mean, after the way he reacted in Boston when he was told, to change positions or not change positions, he showed a lot of his cards then.
And look, there's no question about that was on the table. Folks, when they made this trade with other teams, were like, wow, you took on that whole contract, all the money, but the Giants, who have a hard time getting hitters to go to San Francisco, figured, hey, we have an opportunity to get a top 10 hitter into our ballpark. And so they bring him in, and unlike what he did with the Red Sox, where he wouldn't even take ground balls at first base.
That's right.
Alex Cora, the front office, everyone wanted him to take ground balls. Nope, not doing it. And so the Giants bet that in a new environment they could get to him. And you guys remember, like in the first 2 weeks, Will Clark was there at the ballpark, and he's saying, "I'll work with Devers," and Devers doesn't show up for 2 or 3 days, right? And so right away you're wondering what's going to happen. Here's the bottom line. Last week, Buster Posey called executives, other teams, said, we'll talk about everybody other than Logan Webb and our young players like Bryce Eldridge. We'll talk about Matt Chapman. We'll talk about Willie Adames. We'll talk about Rafael Devers. And folks at other teams are telling me, look, unless they take on a massive bad contract, like a Chris Bryant contract, no one's going to touch Devers because he now has basically defied simple requests from 2 different organizations. And I mean, to me, if you're the Giants, and man, I was around them for 2 days last weekend, it is a mess. And at least use this situation to say, you know what, we're backing our rookie manager, Tony Vitello. He's our guy, and you guys can fall in line. And Anthony knows this better than I do. After that situation yesterday, probably there are, I'm guessing, 23 of the 25 other players would be doing backflips in celebration for someone standing up to a player in this situation.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they handle this, because there may be questions on whether the manager is their guy moving forward, and having to kind of pick sides on this. Buster, I have to ask you. The Padres had seemingly come to an agreement on a sale and had that kind of all ironed out. Seems like there hasn't been a whole lot of news. I know the owners got together. It was expected that they would vote. It didn't seem like they did. Any word on what the word is about this sale?
Yeah, I asked people that in high-ranking officials with other teams, and they said, "Oh, it's going to work out. It's just a process thing. That whatever the procedures are that's required by Major League Baseball, the people that I've talked to have said it'll get ironed out." But they just didn't have all the ducks in a row to get the deal across the line in the last owners meeting.
All right. So with that said, Buster, the Padre fans right now, I think, are kind of understanding what we are, and that is the team as it's currently constructed is not going to be able to make it to the finish line. I mean, with the starting pitching hurting, the hitting continuing to be at the bottom, even though it's been a tad better. So AJ Preller is going to have to do something if they're going to make it this year. Is he going to have the ability to do that from ownership, or is it going to be in enough, kind of in a waiting process where that may tie his hands?
Yep. No, I actually think that, what's been communicated to other teams is that the Padres will have resources to make deals this summer. And look, even though the new ownership is not officially installed, you guys know this. Like, there's a wink, wink, nod, nod thing in these situations. In fact, the Padres have lived this a couple of times. I remember when they made that massive trade, when I covered the team back in the mid-'90s, they were in the process of the team being sold to John Moore's, Larry Latino's group. And during the interim of that, Randy Smith, who was the GM, got the approval, despite the fact that team wasn't in place, to make that massive, what was a 12-player trade with Houston that remade the roster. And I think the same thing could happen. Now, I'm not saying it's a 12-player trade, but I'm saying you could have the same situation here where there's a wink, wink, nod, nod. Padres can take on money this summer, spend some resources to try to prop up this team, which, let's face it, I mean, you laid it out, Chris, perfectly. You need starting pitching. You're probably going to need some offensive help. It's not exactly clear what's going to be available in the marketplace, but I think the Padres will be buyers.
Yeah, the Padres are a team that can take on money at the deadline. I think their options open up in a way that I think will be less difficult than having to try to trade prospects at this point. Buster, we know you got to get rolling, man. Appreciate you coming on, spending some time with us.
Yep, I appreciate it. It's always fun to talk with you guys.
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
This is Walker Buehler, pitcher for the San Diego Padres.
6 shutout innings for the Padre right-hander.
The Padres play here on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
And Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, we get a couple extra minutes here, Gwynn and Chris, after the top of the hour to get you ready for Sam Levitt's pregame show. Thanks to Buster Olney for joining us. Always good to have Buster on. And I thought it was interesting. He said, look, Padres are going to be, he believes, buyers at the deadline.
I would think.
That is what I'm worried about between now and then. Because we got to get to there and still be in a position where buying makes sense.
There's like 6 weeks until the trade deadline.
Right. So you're thinking 3 or 4 weeks before you start really talking?
No, I say do it now.
That's what I mean. I think maybe AJ needs to find something now. However, if Devers is all you can find because they're trying to unload a contract, spare me. I'm not threatening this, but I'm just saying, send back my season tickets. I don't want somebody like this on this team in that clubhouse. I don't think that would ever happen.
Buster Olney is
don't think
he torpedoed his trade value.
Yeah, he said, who would want this guy's I don't like this word, but he's a cancer.
Yeah, I don't
basically.
Like that word either.
Why would you bring him into your I can't believe Manny would sign off on it.
Yeah.
Manny's not going to want this yo-yo in there.
And again, we said it earlier. He's not as good as he used to be, so he cannot act like a diva.
Right. If he had Schwarber numbers right now, then maybe a little
he'll probably get away with what he wants.
We'll have a little diva performance.
Now, did you see if you go back and watch this video of him shooing away the Jonah Cox, did you see the first base coach kind of
he didn't know what to do?
He goes to Jonah Cox, come on. He didn't want to say anything to Rafael Devers. I'm like, you're the coach.
What an uncomfortable
You gotta
position.
say something to him.
But we talked about this already. Coaches don't have the hammer anymore.
No, you're right.
Coaches don't have the hammer. Devers feels he's got the hammer.
Well, couldn't the coach be like, hey, we made the move. Get off the field.
Sure. If he could say whatever he wanted. Devers is also going to do whatever he wants. Look, I like what Buster said. Buster Olney talking about Buster Posey, saying that this is a moment where Buster Posey could walk in and go, dude, if you're not going to, you're suspended until you decide you're going to be with the program, because I think that would be beneficial to the team.
I think so too. You're getting control back under. You're teaching these guys that they can kind of act how they want.
Look, Buster Olney said it to Tony there. 23 of the 25 guys in the locker in the clubhouse would probably love it if Buster or if Rafael Devers was held accountable for that behavior.
Probably. And if I was in the clubhouse, I would be one of those people.
Yeah, we were going to look at the Giants to see whether Devers is in the lineup tonight. They're not playing tonight, so you have to wait till tomorrow to find out. Padres and Braves are playing tonight, and it'll be Michael King needing a good start. Hey, Michael, can we have a little flashback to game 1 of the 2024 playoff?
Oh, yeah.
Against the Braves.
I think he struck out 11 or something.
Oh, my God. It didn't even touch him. So let's do one of those tonight.
Beat up. Did he beat up on Chris Sale that game?
I don't know that they beat up on him. I mean, there's 2 or 3 to nothing. They didn't win by a lot.
I have a video of one of our commercial breaks of that game. I took video at the commercial break or at the playoff game, and I play the video during the commercial break.
I see.
I
was on a plane back from vacation, and because of that, Adam Klug will not let me go on vacation in the month of October anymore.
Oh, well.
Because we didn't make it back, and the Padres are in the playoffs.
Yeah, I do remember this.
I remember I got off the plane, and they were just finishing up that game, and I was like, this isn't working too good. Adam wasn't, and he was right. But
we have to start planning around them being in the playoffs, right?
I'd like to believe that we do.
All right.
Can I finish with his story of the weekend that I heard that I think is just the craziest thing? And I don't mean to, it's going to be a little bit.
Uh-oh.
I don't know how to describe it.
Uh-oh.
Did you hear what Olivia Rodrigo, the singer, said about what she has now discovered at some of her concerts?
No. I have not seen any of this.
All right. Olivia Rodrigo is a big time star singer right now. You don't know who she is?
Never heard of her.
My goodness. She's almost of the Taylor Swift category.
No.
Yes. When it comes to pop singers and divas, she's a young lady. I believe she's from up in North County. Murrieta area. Olivia Rodrigo's as big as it gets.
Yeah, I've never seen her.
Right now.
But I'm seeing a ton. Yeah,
Okay,
it's confirming what you're saying.
Oh no, she's way up there. She's just
from
had
Marietta. You're right.
Yeah, she just came up with a new album. It's her third #1 album. She's taken over the world. She's been on Saturday Night Live hosting and performing.
By the way, I know I'm the weirdo in this.
You are. Olivia Rodrigo said that people are so insane when it comes to going to these festivals and concerts to see her and others like her. Hadn't thought of this before, Scraby. People are wearing diapers to the concerts.
Oh my gosh.
So they don't have to leave their front row seat and use the restroom.
Oh my gosh.
And she said it's getting a little hard up on the stage with some of the people down in the front few rows.
That is absolutely disgusting.
Does that just can you believe we're at that stage now?
Yes, but no.
Fans are doing that?
Yes,
to see
no.
their heroes.
Oh my gosh.
I know. It stuck with me as well all weekend.
I'm going to think about it all day.
You're going to think about that all night.
All right, we got to go. Sam Levitt's up next with that.